On the balcony. He looks down at the hunters. He spots a platter on a table in the middle of the busy room. Peter eases open the massive double doors of the chapel. Inside, dim candlelight flickers over rows of pews. A silhouette bounds across the rafters above. Peter webs up to the rafters, then slowly balances along one as he looks around. A stained glass window at his back casts an eerie glow. A huge bell reflects a muted copper gleam. Peter's spider sense triggers. He dodges. Craven's dagger. Peter frantically searches the shadows. Craven tackles him sideways, but Peter manages to swing back up. Craven strikes again, pushing Peter against a wall before holding a knife to his face. Craven pushes the knife closer. A tiny vial dangles around his thick neck. Peter shoves him away. Craven bounces off a chapel bell. Peter's body spasms violently at the vibrations. Craven glances between Peter and the ringing bell, then grins. With a tendril, Peter snags Craven's vial. Craven kicks the bell. Peter falls on his back and writhes violently. Craven smirks and steps closer. Black tendrils surge from Peter's arm. They slam into the bell and stop the ringing. Peter shakily stands. He swings and crashes through a window, disappearing into the night. Craven watches him go with piercing eyes. The chapel glimmers behind Peter while he swings away. As he clutches the vial tightly in one hand, the city below is a blur. Peter drops to the floor and runs along a hallway, glancing back at the security guard's pursuing flashlight. He bumps into someone, knocking them both to the floor. It's Harry. Harry leads Peter through the gym doors. In present day, adult Harry and Peter enter the gym. The hunter with the blow dart in his neck sleeps on a couch. Peter lowers down to snag it, then puts a finger to his lips. He returns to the rafters. Peter sticks to a wall above a smashed-up storefront. A shopkeeper sweeps up broken glass. Peter drops to the ground. Peter offers the blade. The shopkeeper examines it, then shoves it back. The shopkeeper hurries into his pawn shop and shuts the door. Peter webs up to a rooftop. Automated double doors open to a wide and bright office. Peter peers around the office, which has floor-to-ceiling windows at its front and back walls. He approaches a framed picture on a desk. In it, Peter and Aunt May pose before a bold feast banner. Peter looks at his phone. Harry glances at a photo of his mom, then puts his hand on the back of an office chair. Harry walks over to the back window, which overlooks the atrium. He presses a button on a remote. Ceiling panels over the atrium work together to create the seamless illusion of a tropical sunset. Now, an overlay of positive impact stats appears in the sky over the illusion. Wearing a smirk, Peter shakes his head hesitantly. Harry fixes his gaze on Peter. They throw their arms around one another for a tight hug. Harry hits a button on the remote. The text in the sky now reads, "Welcome, Pete." Peter takes out his phone. Peter makes his way out of the office, showing Harry an ear-to-ear smile. Harry beams back. The rendered sunset behind Harry casts the atrium in a warm orange glow. Peter tosses him. Marco punches Peter. From sand piles nearby, humanoid forms rise up. Peter dusts himself off. Peter taps his badge on a sensor. Connor's tail whips Peter against a chain-link fence. With a clawed hand, he swipes Peter to the floor. As he winds up a slash, tendrils from Peter's suit block his arm. Connors retreats to scramble up a wall. A small lizard tail floats in a glass canister. A shockwave pulses out from the EMF building. It ripples through downtown, destroying the hive tendrils enveloping the densely packed buildings and streets. Swarms of symbiotes chase after civilians. As the shockwave washes over them, the symbiotes rupture, freeing dazed civilians who stumble to their feet. Miles pulls at the propeller, but a blade-wielding hunter lands and slices his webs. Miles dodges her. Another squad converges on the cell. At a subway entrance, the symbiote Harry carries civilians under his arms. He lobs them into a writhing mass of black goo. They hop down. When symbiote Harry spots them, he slams the ground to shoot a burst of tendrils. The black and green symbiotes stand up. Marco reels and covers his face. Miles sprints up the side of a building as Marco climbs after. Peter, as Spider-Man, swings above a suburban Queens neighborhood. Now, out of his suit, he saunters onto the street as MJ pulls up on a motorcycle with a box on the back. She wears a helmet over her long red hair. She removes her helmet and steps off the bike. They lean over the bike for a kiss. MJ studies Peter's face. MJ takes Peter's hands. MJ reaches into the box on her bike. Peter pushes open the front door of his 2-story house. MJ glances inside the messy living room. MJ steps inside, holding her box of Simcaria books. She enters a room at the end of the hallway. Text appears 2 years ago. In a lab, a young white man, Harry, stares at a green containment tank. An older white man approaches wearing a lab coat with an empty right sleeve. He leaves as Norman Osborn approaches wearing a sharp pinstripe suit. Norman gently touches Harry's cheek. Tendrils writhe inside the containment tank. His hand remains in place. Black tendrils snake from Norman's suit collar to choke Harry. Harry opens his eyes. He's suspended inside the green tank, limbs bound by black tendrils. Shutters close over the glass. Harry playfully smacks Peter's arm. Yuri yanks Peter with her chain. The room warps and twists with smoke as Peter stumbles, looking around. Now, in his everyday clothes, Peter walks through double doors which open into a sleek lobby of hardwood-paneled flooring. He glances around the lobby with wondrous eyes and approaches a tree in a garden at the lobby's center. A sign reads, "Hawthorn Tree, in memory of Emily Osborn." Another sign, "May Blossoms, in memory of May Parker." Harry beams. Norman descends the staircase. Harry and Peter walk over to Norman as he steps onto the main floor. Across an atrium adorned with shrubbery and towering trees, a sign over tubular machines reads, "Particle Accelerator." Norman nods. He places his hands on Peter's and Harry's shoulders. Norman takes a deep breath and glances from Peter to Harry. He gestures to the atrium and leaves them. Peter checks his badge, then follows Harry along the EMF. Miles performs an aerial flip onto the stopped truck. He webs a small tom drum and reads a logo on its side. He secures the drum to his back with a web, then swings off. Miles struggles to get up. He clenches his fist and leans over, negative energy rising from his body like gray flames. Miles lifts his head as a man is conjured in front of him. Miles's dad smiles warmly. A robotic arm offers a jagged black rock. When Peter reaches for it, tendrils snake from his wrist. More tendrils sprout from his back. The lights flicker out. A spiky shadow rushes past green light. Peter's tendrils retract. Dim lights flicker weakly. Peter zips up to a breaker panel and flips a switch. He tries more. Two yellow eyes emerge from the shadows. His spider sense triggers. Peter attempts to dodge, but Connors bowls him through a brick wall. The mottled green Connors stands, towering at triple Peter's size. MJ slides under a girder and shuffles to her feet. She glances at a distracted Peter, then hurries through an open door to hide. Peter drops to the floor and peers through the open doorway. MJ is out of sight with her back pressed to a wall. He hurries away, heading toward the tunnel's exit. Scream wraps the ends of her hair around Peter's neck, then throws him onto an unfinished rooftop. She jumps up to strangle him with the hair. She lifts him by the neck. Scream flings Peter into metal pipes, then leaps away from him. Her hair tendrils stream behind her like a bushy tail, and her body spasms at the noise. Peter webs a jackhammer toward her. The hair strikes it down. She flails, punching the air. The symbiote retracts from MJ. As it clings to her feet, she leaps fiercely. MJ tumbles into Peter, and he rolls safely beneath her. Peter rushes to embrace her. MJ pulls out her phone and holds it to her ear. With a warm smile, Peter helps MJ to her feet and pulls her into another embrace. Debris tumbles loose nearby. MJ grimaces. Peter pulls out his phone. With a gentle hand, Peter pulls MJ in for a deep kiss. She softly touches the side of his neck, her thumb caressing his cheek. They part with subdued smiles, and Peter jogs off. MJ looks hesitantly back toward the construction site. Peter opens the locker, present day. Peter takes a gift box from the locker. A security guard approaches. The guard chases. Harry leads Peter down a staircase and around a corner. The security guard lags behind, pointing his flashlight. In a hallway, they duck into the gym. As they reach the roof, Marco slams them. Miles falls several stories into a pile of sand. He looks around frantically. The normal-sized Marco emerges from the sand. He sinks back down. Miles perches above a rooftop patio. Aaron Davis appears wearing a beanie. Miles hops down with a back tuck. He removes his mask, allowing his dreadlocks to hang over his forehead. He gives a soft smile. Aaron offers his hand, but Miles rushes forward to embrace him instead. Aaron furrows his brow. Miles pulls away from his uncle and drops his arms at his sides. His eyes rove around for a moment before meeting Aaron's gaze. Aaron points to his head. Aaron sits in a nearby chair. Miles remains on his feet. Miles steps closer with a stern look. Aaron stands to meet his eye. Miles holds Aaron's gaze for a long moment before turning away. He then reaches for his head and looks at his empty hand. Aaron holds up Miles's Spider-Man mask. Aaron holds onto Miles's hand as he returns the mask. Miles averts his gaze, then dons the mask and jogs off the rooftop. Aaron watches with a serious expression. Marco hefts the building's roof. They break open the water tower, spilling it over Marco. He melts and falls. On the street below, the sand swirls into a violent, whirling gust. It races up a building and catches Peter in its whirlwind. It hurls Peter skyward. The speedboat vaults over a sailboat just in time to avoid the barge colliding with the pier. Nearby, several Talons lift Lee's cell airborne. Yuri slings her chain around Peter. She kicks Peter away, freeing him. Peter kneels by a cultist. Another attempts to flee, but is thrown across the room before Peter can web him. A masked figure in a purple and black suit throws a chain blade. Peter dodges, and it smacks a cultist. The figure strides intently toward a cultist. She holds a lighter against a limp wrist. Peter webs the lighter away, and she shakes her head. Peter straightens as he stares at her. Ceiling tiles shake loose. Yuri, an Asian woman with short hair, glances around. He looks at the cultists. Yuri stalks off. Outside, several cultists are thrown out and webbed up. Yuri strikes up sparks with her chain. The final bomb derails the train. Yuri is knocked down as the train slides on its side. Peter leaps ahead and pushes back against its momentum. The train stops just short of a tanker. In morning light, a symbiote-tainted Peter swings to an overlook. He pulls out his phone, which shows an article written by MJ. What's up with old Spider-Man? Reckless property damage, violent outbursts? Is he causing more harm than good? He stows his phone and swings off. Harry sits at a desk. He shakes several pills into his palm, then tosses them into his mouth. Peter opens the door and breezes into the room. He wears black pants and a black long-sleeved shirt. Peter casually strolls toward Harry. MJ walks in carrying 2 mugs and freezes. She sets the mugs down. She grabs her stun gun. She conceals it. Peter advances on MJ, then glances back at Harry, who leans heavily on his cane. Peter storms out. MJ and Harry look at one another, then hang their heads. Darren and Angela wait outside an old brick building. Peter reaches for the door handle but leaps away when his spider sense triggers. The shield bearer enters. He kneels by the snoozing Dima as Peter slowly eases open a window behind him. The shield bearer turns. He hurls a chair through the window. Peter webs out into the room below. The shield bearer points down at the gathering hunters. In a long, dark hallway, a pair of shiny black dress shoes stride past. Norman Osborn enters a row of cells at the Raft prison, wearing a pinstripe black suit and green dress shirt. He stops before the first cell, his face drawn. Norman gazes through floor-to-ceiling glass to see an inmate in an orange jumpsuit. Their hand trembles while attempting to write in a small book. Norman shifts his shoulders and blinks. Norman shakes his head and his lips flutter slightly. The inmate, Dr. Otto Octavius, closes his book and stands. Octavius is a portly white man with square glasses and a receding hairline. He faces Norman and approaches the glass. Octavius scowls, his eyes sharp under a heavy brow. Norman glances at the book tucked under his arm. Octavius holds the book in both hands, then fixes Norman with a piercing stare. Viscous liquid drips onto Miles where he clings to a pipe. He slowly looks up. A massive tail strikes the pipe, sending Miles tumbling. He recovers in a market bathed in sickly green light. Battered and bloodied, Craven falls to one knee, then collapses on his back. Symbiote Harry wraps tendrils around his chest and picks him up. He throws Craven. Craven collides with a huge rooftop screen, knocking it over. Symbiote Harry leaps up and lands beside him. Cracks form beneath him, blighting an advertisement showing a field of flowers. Craven pulls himself to his knees and looks up with a bloody smile. Symbiote Harry wraps a hand around Craven's head and lifts him off the ground. His jaws part open, and he sinks his teeth into Craven. Craven's necklace of animal teeth falls to the shattered screen. Harry steps back from Craven's body as blood pools around it. His tongue retracts and he stares down at his wet claws. He looks over his shoulder, then leaps away from the rooftop, tongue lolling over his teeth. As police cars close in on Times Square, Craven's body lies on its back as though staring up into the pouring rain. Dima raises his head slightly as Peter pets him. In her house, MJ reads comments on her article criticizing Spider-Man. She answers a video call from Jonah. The call ends. MJ hangs her head slightly. Through the double doors is an opulent study with a tiger napping on a coffee table. It jolts awake. Peter's suit morphs back. Dima pounces toward him. Peter exits the study. At EMF, MJ fends off symbiotes in front of the accelerator. Miles dives in and jams the meteorite in it. Miles leaps atop the accelerator. Electricity arcs over the machinery and through his body, intensifying at his touch. In a sunlit downtown New York, sand drifts are piled high in the streets. Miles kneels atop a partially buried city bus, helping civilians out of it. He checks his phone, but the FNSM app is offline. He touches his earpiece. Through clogged streets, towering skyscrapers fly past. Lines of cars are trapped between sand piles. Construction equipment works to clear sand and debris. Flecks of dust fly past as Peter swings through another part of downtown. His spider arms lift rubble off a subway entrance. Injured civilians exit onto the street. Peter checks his phone. Peter nods and swings to an overlook. A fire engine sprays a burning building nearby. He puts the postcard back. A gunship flies low overhead and Miles cloaks. He swings after them. Miles approaches an ornate table with a snow globe of New York City landmarks on it. Beck appears holding his bowl helmet in his hands. Beck snarls at Miles, then calmly places the helmet over his head. An outline of a skull peeks through swirling mist within the helmet. Mysterio enlarges, towering above. Miles looks around to find that he is actually shrunk, trapped inside the snow globe. A miniature version of Mysterio flies past him. Flashback: young Harry and Peter. Peter holds the door shut. Harry bustles across the gym. Peter bounds upward and clings to a wall. The thumb drive falls from his pocket. The guard hurries into the gym and picks it up off the floor. Peter sticks to the wall above him, unseen. Peter webs to the ceiling as the security guard moves to double doors and pushes them open. Police officers pour into the gym. The officers sweep their flashlights. Peter removes a poster from his wall, revealing a ragged hole with drawn eyes behind it. Flashback. A young Peter in his early teens thrusts his fist into the very same wall. Aunt May barges into his room. His eyes shift. He glances over an assignment overdue notice, then blinks rapidly, avoiding eye contact with May. She places a chair across from Peter and sits down, holding a hardcover book. She paces. She plucks markers from a mug on Peter's desk. With a marker, she draws a line over the wall hole. She looks at the hole, then at Peter. May holds out one of the markers. Peter stands from his desk chair and takes it. Peter uncaps the marker and draws an angry-looking eye over the hole. Aunt May has short red hair and stands about a foot shorter than Peter. She draws a second eye, giving the wall hole the appearance of a creature's gaping maw. Dr. Young hands Peter a remote control. Peter hands the remote control back to Dr. Young. A man in a lab coat missing his right arm. Dr. Connors points a thermometer at Harry's forehead. Dr. Connors hurries off. Harry and Peter move along the lab. Harry steps away. Ahead of Peter, a mechanical arm attached to a desk flexes its human-like hand. A hunter gunship hauls away the dangling red cell. Miles shoots 2 webs onto it, then yanks hard. The gunship struggles and one of its rotors explodes. Hunters clinging to the cell exterior leap off as the cell and gunship collide with the barge. Harpoon lines snap. One wraps up on the barge's propeller. The barge, now fully on its side, changes course toward a pier full of civilians. Miles and the hunter stumble and lose their footing. Text, 6 months ago. In a moonlit rainforest, a burly white man wears a black tank top and combat pants. Geometric tattoos run along his left arm and the left side of his partially shaved head. He kneels by a huge leaf spattered with blood. The man touches the blood, then carefully tastes it. He squints with dark eyes and draws a combat knife. He stabs a shadow but comes away holding an empty leather sleeve. Another man appears behind him wearing fur-lined chest armor. He grabs the tattooed man's wrist, forcing him to drop the knife. He grabs the tattooed man's throat. He squeezes. The tattooed man falls limp. The armored man tosses him aside. His right shoulder is padded with a large animal skull, and his lion-imprinted chest armor is lined with fur that expands around his neck like a lion's mane. Several armored hunters emerge from the shadows. One holds a tablet up to their leader. It shows a holographic New York with bios for Black Cat, Tombstone, Lizard, and more. A smile tugs at the leader's lips. He turns, and the other hunters follow into the shadows of the rainforest. Before the moonlight, a title appears. Marvel Spider-Man 2. Peter perches by Yuri. In a hallway, two cultists drag a woman toward a sliding door. They toss her into a tiny room. They shut the door and leave. Yuri stares at them. She throws her chain blade and swings to a rafter. Peter presses a button. The prisoners flee down a hall. Peter offers a fist bump. A red-haired white man called the Flame appears on a screen. The man, the Flame, glares down. The Flame's image leans forward. A stocky, bare-chested brute rushes in and punches the ground, causing an explosion. Miles bursts through the demonic entity's head. They scan the palms. Broad-shouldered hunters open double doors and step aside for Miles. Miles cautiously steps through the doorway. Miles wanders outside into a wide, sunlit courtyard. Doors close behind him, and he turns around to glance at them. The courtyard walls are adorned with wood pikes. Countless hunters are packed into balconies and peer down at Miles, jiving wildly, as though in a modern-day Roman Colosseum. Lee burns with negative energy. His power-suppressing color is gone. A figure with massive shoulders stands from his throne on one of the center balconies, Craven. Miles peers up at the crowd of onlooking hunters. Craven sits on his throne. Miles paces toward Lee. Miles assumes a fighter's stance while Lee deftly twirls his sword. The brute lays defeated on the floor. The room shakes. Peter flips backward to a high floor as the lab's ceiling panels collapse. A gunship smashes its way into the room and hovers, facing Peter. It launches a missile. Peter bounds out of its way. Electricity dances across the room, destroying the gunship in a rain of catastrophic electricity and fire. The gunship spins out. It crashes to the floor and lays flaming in a pile of rubble. A hatch in the gunship's side opens, and out pour a group of hunters brandishing weapons. Symbiote Harry leaps through the city. He lands heavily in a small graveyard beside a church. Darkness surrounds him as he kneels by an upright headstone. Carved into it are the words, Emily Osborne, beloved wife and mother. Black tendrils recede to reveal Harry beneath them. He places a sweaty hand on the headstone. He stands. The grassy earth beneath Harry's feet trembles. His brow furrows. The entire graveyard shifts, then ascends slowly. From beneath the graveyard, giant tendrils lift the chunk of earth like inverted roots. Harry walks to its edge, watching the nearby buildings as they sink beneath him. The graveyard towers high above. As more tendrils appear to engulf the neighboring buildings, Harry looks down at the city laid out before him. His jaw set in a hard line, Harry stares with keen eyes. Tendrils slither up his legs. They lift him up, holding Harry aloft as New York City shrinks below him. The dark side of planet Earth shimmers with city lights all over the Western Hemisphere. The planet goes dark. In downtown New York, symbiote Harry is back in his muscle-bound black body. The white spider shape is emblazoned on his chest and back. He leaps toward downtown. Connor swims frantically. A nearby tour boat overlooks the action. A gunship fires. It clips the tour boat. A civilian hangs from the railing. Peter gives chase. Several hunters in leather armor approach the maitre d'. One hunter stares him down. At Oscorp, Peter crawls out from rubble. He pushes debris off himself. Bodies of Oscorp security are strewn about. Peter unsteadily webs up to the second level. Peter looks out of the shattered window. New York is laid out before him. Peter shakes his head. He looks down at his feet and picks up an Oscorp ID badge. He swings out of the window and perches high above the buildings. Inside the car lies a man with a lampshade mustache. Miles pulls Jonah out and slings him over one shoulder. Jonah's suspenders and striped shirt are coated in sand. The Spider-Man swing in as the tendrils dissolve and retract, lowering the subway car. Miles pries open the doors. Rio hugs him. He helps her down. Miles gently pulls Genki out and lowers him to the ground. Genki hugs him forcefully. They leave. Nearby, Peter helps civilians. The friend hovers. From her balcony, a woman types on her phone. On the street below her, burly men direct box trucks. A friend hovers nearby. Peter pulls a civilian from a sandpile. The man stands and nods. Miles leaps on top of a Talon drone. Miles dodges, then smashes two Talons together. Lee's cell drops. Present-day Peter joins MJ downstairs. She flashes Peter a grin and steps out the front door. On the porch, her eyes widen as she looks ahead. Peter rushes outside. Harry leans against his car, parked by a curb. MJ throws her arms around Harry. He balances himself with a walking cane. Peter gives Harry a tender hug. They pull apart. Peter's solemn gaze falls to the ground. MJ pecks Harry's cheek, then kisses Peter. Beaming, she turns and climbs onto her motorcycle. She dons her helmet and clutches the handlebars. With a wave, MJ drives off. Harry opens his trunk. He takes out a bicycle and heaves it over to Peter. Peter and Harry mount their bikes. Two cultists hold a prisoner on his knees. As the third cultist closes in with a red-hot brand, Spider-Bot distracts him with a tiny web. Peter bursts in and sweep-kicks his legs. The prisoner flees as the cultists get to their feet. Peter swings over the torchlit scrapyard and perches above it. Cultists move barrels and bombs with glowing red coils. The bombs are stacked on train tracks near tanker trucks. As Miles winds up a leaping punch, Peter sends grasping tendrils to ensnare his waist. Peter pulls him in and chokeslams Miles to the ground. The symbiote crawls over Peter like veins as he slams Miles again. With a surge of bioelectricity, Miles punches Peter away. Peter is pinned beneath the train. The flame walks up, clutching his bloodied abdomen. He's flanked by cultists. Peter cranes his neck to look up at the flame. The flame jerks his head to the cultists. They walk off as he kneels by Peter. His short sleeves show ritualistic burn scars trailing up his arms and over his chest. He grabs a nearby fuel nozzle. The cultists climb up the derailed train. The flame looms above Peter and pours fuel over his face and arms. A cultist walks up holding a cracked cylindrical canister. A helicopter slowly hovers toward the scrapyard. The cultist tosses the canister to the flame. Blood from the flame's hand smears against the cracked glass. Inside the canister, a symbiote squirms as blood seeps in through the crack. A snarling smile flickers across his face as the symbiote in the canister is now red. The flame pulls out a lighter. Grinning broadly, he tosses it toward the fuel shimmering around Peter. Flames erupt. Nearby, an unmasked Yuri is pinned beneath rubble. She looks up to see the fire surging toward Peter. Yuri spots the flame boarding the helicopter and scrambles free to rush after him. Peter strains and pushes against the train. The flames draw nearer. His suit begins to catch fire when an impact suddenly rocks him. A tanker truck crashes into the train's side. Yuri steps out of its cab. Peter staggers to his feet. The helicopter shrinks in the distance. She picks up her chain blade. Peter, clutching his ribs, looks down at his hand. He tosses Yuri the lighter. She dons her mask and swings off. Peter, his suit heavily charred, swings out of the scrapyard. Miles dodges a hunter's arrow. Peter attacks the hunter. Miles swings at Peter, kicking him backward into an underpass tunnel. Miles webs the top of the tunnel and pulls. MJ speeds inside as it collapses behind her. Various hunters gang up on a server. One slaps his platter. Tendrils creep down Peter's pant leg. A hunter aims a blow dart but is jostled by a tendril in the carpet. He hits another hunter holding the server. The struck hunter collapses. Peter makes a hasty exit. Peter's symbiote tendril sees MJ. Rio talks on the phone in her office. Miles enters. Subtitles. Come, sit. Miles sits across from her. Rio smiles warmly. Subtitles. Everything okay? Rio nods slightly, then side-eyes him. She maintains a stern gaze. Miles stands. He leans his hands on a chair. Rio nods. She wrings her hands. She stands. Subtitles. Do you understand what I said? She takes Miles's hand. Miles's brow furrows slightly. Rio's eyes soften. Rio continues looking at Miles, then reluctantly picks up her phone. She hangs up. He mimes web shooting. A slight smile brightens Rio's lips as she nods. Miles dodges Genki's Talon drone. Along a nearby pier, civilians hesitantly gather. Miles, still webbed to the Genki drone, careens toward the pier on Connor's back. The gunship tails them, its barrels spool up. Miles leaps to the pier, webbing civilians out of the way. On a low rooftop, Symbiote Harry stands victoriously in the pouring rain. Suddenly, his hand snatches a thrown spear from midair. He turns to see Craven standing on a nearby rooftop, bare-chested and smiling. When Craven clicks a button, the spear explodes and sends Symbiote Harry flying off the roof. Craven descends to the street by jabbing his knife into a giant advertisement screen and dangling from it as it slices open the electronics. Flames lick along the street as Craven lands heavily. Symbiote Harry strides through the fire, his black flesh wet from the rain. His face splits apart in a snarl. Craven grins. Craven takes up a shield and spear as Harry flexes his claws. Symbiote Harry defeats the last of the squad. Venom dives and Miles drops the meteorite when they collide. Venom roars in his face. Miles swing kicks their jaw. Peter plants sonic bursts. A subway car is ensnared by tendrils. Peter dodges a cluster. He pulls the crossbow bolt out of Fido's shoulder. He pats Fido's head. Later, the two of them walk towards Alma's house. In Central Park, one side of a plaza is engulfed in a wall of symbiote tendrils. An ornate fountain stands before a tunnel entrance. MJ dismounts her bike on a nearby bridge. Miles and Peter join her. Peter hands MJ her stun gun, now modified with sonic bursts. She grins. Near the tunnel entrance, dozens of yellow symbiotes stand guard. Peter pulls MJ and Miles into a huddle. They all smile, then face the plaza. Peter leaps in first. Miles slides down box-shaped metal panels. He types on a newly deployed console. Miles leaps after the Talon drone. A box truck skids to a stop. The roller door opens, and a massive, muscular brute jumps out. He is flanked by companions. On the circular window, glowing orange runes form a portal. A pale white woman, Felicia, hops out of it. Her silvery hair is in a ponytail, and she wears a shiny black catsuit. She holds a glowing orange wand in one hand. Felicia casually twirls the wand. She points the wand to one side. Orange magic sputters. Miles cocks his head. Felicia points it again, and an orange portal appears in midair. She smiles with glossy lips and winks at Miles. Then she gracefully leaps through the portal. MJ pulls cargo netting aside to reveal a whiteboard. Peter kicks and embeds into sand giant Marco's nose. Marco snatches him, then crushes him. Marco snarls and hurls the unharmed Peter toward an office building. Peter tumbles through a window. At EMF, Harry lies on the couch. His eyes flutter open. MJ and Peter fidget as they look down at him. Harry sits up. Peter's eyebrows shoot up, and he jogs off. MJ sits beside Harry. Peter reappears and hands Harry a mug. Peter shifts from foot to foot, then holds his hands toward Harry. Tendrils snake from his arms. The tendrils wrap toward Peter's abdomen and extract the broken knife blade. MJ's jaw drops. MJ hovers nervously. Peter grabs Harry's shoulder. Harry's eyes dart about as the tendrils reappear. Peter grits his teeth. The tendrils halt just short of Harry. They retract. MJ picks up the knife blade, showing an etched crest of a lion. Peter grabs the thumb drive. He ascends upside down on a web and clings to the high gym ceiling. A wall-mounted speaker. The officers rush out of the gym. Peter drops to the floor. A laptop screen shows a form for Empire State University with a prompt. Write a personal statement. The laptop dangles from webs. Miles reclines in his bed, looking idly up at his laptop where it hangs from the ceiling. He leans to one side to sip from a drink, which is also suspended on webs. His hands hover uneasily near the keys. Miles cartwheels out of bed and dons his spider suit. He looks about quizzically as he walks down a hall to a kitchen. His mask is stuck to the fridge with a note, "Stop leaving this in the bathroom." Miles smirks. Underneath the mask is a photo of Officer Jefferson Davis. Rio walks in. Subtitles. One moment, please. Miles furrows his brow. She takes his hand. With warm smiles, they embrace. Rio pats Miles' back. Subtitles, of course. Miles slides open the kitchen window and clambers out. His mother watches him go. Outside, Miles slips on his Spider-Man mask and checks his phone. Miles swings past a mural of the two Spider-Men. On the barge deck, raft guards hurry past Peter and Miles. Puffs of purple smoke burst above them. On the nearby shore, several armored trucks have huge mounted harpoon guns. The hunters take aim and fire at the barge. The spiked harpoons bite through its metal hull. The impacts rock the barge. Peter and Miles stumble. In the cargo hold, raft guards scramble to avoid falling debris. One fails and gets trapped beneath scraps of metal. Miles and Peter slide to the side of the barge. The trucks reel in the harpoon lines, and the barge tilts alarmingly to its starboard side. Civilians watch from a nearby pier, anxiously milling about. Miles and Peter attempt to pry a harpoon free. Inside, Miles pulls the metal scraps off the trapped guard, freeing him. Miles shoots webs to stabilize wreckage. Outside, Peter pries one harpoon off the barge. As he swings to the next hole, an armored truck fires another harpoon. The harpoon lines continue tilting the barge, plunging the hull breaches underwater. Water gushes into the cargo hold below Miles. In the courtyard of a white brick building, several cultists lie motionless. Peter looks them over. Miles pulls a damaged armored door. It doesn't budge. He punches it. Miles frantically looks around. He hops toward a nearby electrical access panel. A train barrels down the tracks toward the scrapyard. Peter swings onto the train, clinging to its side. He shoots web walls ahead of it, then flips to the roof. Yuri catches sight of the bombs with red coils. She flings one toward the train with her chain blade. A cultist bearing a Prometheus flame symbol enters the scrapyard. Yuri flips off a nearby rooftop and faces down the new cultist and his allies. He shoots arm-mounted flamethrowers at her, driving Yuri back. Peter swings in and kicks another cultist in the face. Peter and Yuri face down the incinerator cultists together. She kicks the hunter to his knees, then zaps his neck. She boots his unconscious body to the floor, then turns toward a window. Craven stands and bares his teeth. Peter's head whips around, searching. Tendrils swell around his body, then rip open a nearby wall to reveal a church bell. Peter leaps toward the bell, but he falls short and tumbles. He writhes, tendrils convulsing in the throes of the sound. Craven leaps atop the bell, then punches it. Craven hops down as the tendrils uneasily settle back onto Peter's body. Peter stands. Craven produces a spear and hurls it at the bell. Peter walks down a dark wood hall, clenching and unclenching his fists. In a lab, Norman looks at computer monitors with a furrowed brow and distressed eyes. One screen shows a foreclosure notice. The other shows a data summary: genetic recombination failure. Peter walks in. Peter shrugs half-heartedly. Norman gives a disappointed nod, then stands and picks up a tablet. Norman plops the tablet down and leans against a nearby table. In the hall, Harry approaches the doorway but remains out of sight. Norman's lip quivers. He squeezes his eyes shut and pulls Peter into an embrace. Peter hesitates for a moment before returning it. Norman releases Peter. In the hallway, Harry hangs his head. Harry withdraws back into the shadows, limping heavily. Peter backs away from Norman, then turns and leaves. Norman watches him go, then studies the tall tank walled in by metal shutters. His gaze drops to the floor. Peter cracks the door to the study and peers in. He jabs the raw steak with the blow dart, then tosses it inside. Dima paws at it, then chows down. Peter slips through the door, then hangs from the ceiling. He dangles upside down, watching as Dima sways, stumbles, then collapses. Peter kisses his fingertips. He drops from the ceiling. A Talon drone hangs from the ceiling, ensnared by webs. The Talon drone bursts free. It flies past Miles. It crashes through a wall. In a posh hallway with deep red carpet, Peter squeezes past a group of conversing hunters. Ahead, a hunter exiting an elevator bumps into a server. A truck backs toward an open bay, which is full of guns. The thieves load rifles onto the truck. Peter leaps and lands nearby. Dusk. Peter doffs his mask as he bursts through his front door. At the dining table, Harry sits across from MJ. Tendrils from Harry's shoulder pour coffee from a carafe. MJ stares rigidly at Peter. The tendrils retract as Harry shakes his head. Harry stands and picks up a framed photo of Peter and Aunt May outside a feast. Peter circles the table. Harry's eyes snap to MJ. He glares at her with sharp eyes, and MJ's face falls. Peter stares at them, his posture stiff and his brow furrowing slightly. MJ shifts uncomfortably as Harry stands behind her. Harry smashes the table. Peter starts to reach toward him. Tendrils swarm over his body. Their jagged teeth grin as MJ moves to stand behind Peter. He web-zips out of the hidden room and into the spacious penthouse. Tall wood planks divide an open-plan living room, and polished marble floors reflect floor-to-ceiling windows. He swings out of an open window. From an adjacent rooftop, an East Asian man in a dark suit peers through theater binoculars. He smiles as he watches. The man's face shimmers, glitching slightly. He holds up a martini glass as Spider-Man swings off. A panel opens. The Talon drone emits a 3D hologram map of the city block. One building is highlighted. The Talon drone launches, taking Peter into the sky. Peter activates his suit's spider arms, which pull the Talon drone apart with an electric explosion, then fold back into his suit. Harry spins the ball in his hands. He throws. The ball kisses the rim and drops through the net. Harry grins mischievously as he backs through the gym doors. Flashback. Young Harry and Peter step out into the school courtyard. It's night. Harry slinks deeper into the courtyard ahead of Peter. A cylindrical room. A panel flashes brightly. A sleek new suit and full helmet form on Miles. A full DJ deck and crowd appear. With a burst of bioelectricity, Miles shoots up through debris. He lands in a huge bay which is tilted sideways. Miles scrambles toward a thick glass barrier. Water rapidly fills Lee's cell. His hands surge with energy, but are still manacled. The eyes of Miles's suit narrow. Lee's face slips beneath the water's surface. Miles winds up a bioelectrified punch. But blue bioelectricity arcs over his chest. The ceiling explodes. Hunters rappel in. The squad secures thick lines to the roof of Lee's cell. The cell lifts upwards, and water drains from it. As Miles stands, the hunters ready up. Yuri crumples against a wall. Rafters above her break and fall. Peter runs and yanks her out of a window just in time. They get to their feet in the front courtyard, watching the white brick building as it burns. Yuri removes her mask, then peers at the spot where the flame just was. She snarls. Yuri shoves Peter, then swings away. Peter remains in place, standing alone in front of the burning building. Outside, the two of them perch on a ledge, watching the freed prisoners leaving. Yuri swings away. Peter hesitates. He follows after her. Debris shakes loose. Peter webs away from a pair of firefighters and clings to a wall. The robot skitters away. Suddenly, back in the courtyard, Miles and Lee back away from each other. Lee drops to his knees weakly and bows his head. Miles steps over to him. Miles raises his fist and leans to Lee's ear. Miles flings Lee to the edge of the courtyard skylight. Hunters drop from balconies and rush Miles. Miles emits a mega venom blast to hurl his pursuers away. Above, Lee shimmies along the rooftop and out of view. Craven smiles excitedly at Miles, who falls to his hands and knees with exhaustion. Peter knocks Connors onto metal grating, then pins him down with thick tendrils. Another tendril pries open his scaly maw. Peter jabs the antidote into his soft palate. Craven falls to the ground. Peter looms above him, his head twitching about unnaturally. Craven sweeps Peter's legs, then smashes his head against a tree. He clutches Peter's head in his massive hands. Craven squeezes, his fingers digging into Peter's face. Symbiote tendrils emerge to pull Craven's hands away and lift Peter off of the ground. Several more wrap around Craven's neck. The tendrils lift Craven and squeeze. Miles leaps in and lands on the bell. Craven bites into a tendril. Peter and the symbiote spasm. Miles shimmers with bioelectricity and punches Craven into a nearby wall. Peter drops unsteadily to the ground. Peter advances menacingly. Miles holds his hands up entreatingly. Symbiote tendrils blast from Peter and engulf the courtyard. The bot scuttles away. Outside the tunnel, hunters approach Craven. Craven looks over at Miles, who is sprawled out and unconscious. Peter leaps onto Connor's back, then shoots webs to the floor to muscle him down. He holds up the antidote. Connors grabs Peter. The antidote skips along the floor. With a burst of tendrils, Peter breaks free. He pins Connor's claws to the floor with long black protrusions. More tendrils ensnare his toothy snout. Peter clutches his head. The tendrils retract from the sound, and Connors throws Peter off before climbing toward a vent. Peter recovers the antidote. A destroyed panel falls from the ceiling and crashes to the floor. Harry works on his tablet, then hits the big red button on the particle accelerator. Harry glances across the lab at destroyed equipment, then takes the antidote vial from the panel. Peter drops beside him. He slides an arm around Harry and slings out of the lab. In the security room, symbiote Harry picks up a guard by his leg. He slithers his elongated tongue over the guard's face, then then slams them against nearby computer consoles. The lockdown lifts. As Harry stomps away, high-caliber rounds impact his side. He turns to see a gunship hovering just outside the Oscorp building. He charges it. Peter swings to a roof where a bifold window on the second story is open. He hangs upside down to look inside. He flips into an undisturbed bedroom. Peter swings atop a water tower. Miles joins him wearing a spider suit with iridescent blue lines, sneakers, and a mask which exposes his dreadlocks. They remove their masks. Peter struggles to meet Miles's sympathetic eyes. He shakes his head slightly. Peter attempts a wan smile, but it dies quickly. He blinks back tears. Miles stands and offers his hand. A smile warms Peter's face as he looks up and accepts it. As masses of black tendrils stretch over New York below them, they stand together. Peter offers a half smile. They don their masks before Peter swings off. Limbering up his shoulders, Miles gazes out at the city. He leaps to another high ledge and pulls out his phone to text Haley. "Hey, stay safe out there. Let me know you're okay." He stares at the screen, waiting. No response. He pockets his phone and looks out toward the infested city. An Oscorp guard scrambles away, but symbiote Harry snatches and throws him through double doors. He leers up at a security room. An Oscorp guard smashes a red button, and electrified gates slam shut over all the windows. More Oscorp security swarms in. In their apartment, Miles sets the table as Rio cooks in the kitchen. Miles wears a collared sage green shirt layered over white sleeves. Miles goes to the front door. He dusts off his sleeves, then straightens before opening it. Haley stands in the doorway wearing a sweater with a checkerboard pattern in contrasting shades of pink. A purple collar necklace rests over top. She smiles as she enters. Rio makes a shooing motion. Miles wears a bemused smile as he leads Haley down the hall. Miles's room is slightly cluttered with books and papers. A basketball hoop hangs on a wall, and notes are pinned to a corkboard. Miles motions to his laptop, but Haley remains focused on him. Haley's eyes breeze over the laptop screen and settle on a nearby mannequin with Miles's spider suit. Over its shoulders hangs the black and white striped scarf she gave him. Haley walks over to it. A soft smile blooms on her lips as she removes the scarf. Miles grins nervously as she walks up to him, then bows his head so Haley can drape the scarf over his neck. Her hands linger on it, trailing the fabric over Miles's chest. Miles closes his eyes and takes a deep breath before looking at Haley with a smile. Haley pulls on the scarf to draw Miles in for a kiss. Miles jolts away, his posture stiff as a board. Haley shakes her head slightly. In the entryway, Rio adjusts her hair. She smiles as Haley and Miles stand behind her. Rio opens the door to an Asian man wearing a blazer. She fingerspells. Cindy gives a hesitant, fluttering wave. Peter flings the Genki drone. It collides with the gunship and explodes. Pieces plummet into the river. Peter lands on a tugboat and spots the lizard swimming nearby. His attention immediately turns to a falling piece of fuselage. Peter leaps to rescue civilians. He manages to bowl them aside. Miles remains on the pier. As Peter swings up to a vantage point, he scans the river. Miles hands it to him. The eyes of Peter's mask narrow. He swings off. Miles shakes his head. MJ races and weaves between cars as symbiotes trail her. Streetlights gleam off her helmet, and the meteorite peeks from her backpack. MJ kicks one foot out to stabilize through a sharp turn. She reaches the entrance to EMF and ditches her bike to roll to a stop on the sidewalk. Peter struts away. Another hunter stalks him from the shadows. He fires a crossbow bolt at Peter's back, but Peter twirls around to snap it in half with black tendrils. The hunter cowers. Peter uses the tendrils to throw the hunter out a high window. He looks down at his hands. He swings outside and spots the injured hunter. The hunter rolls on the ground as Peter webs away. Miles dodges and leaps to punch Venom, but they manage to snatch the much smaller Miles. Venom leaps high to slam Miles into the floor. As Miles writhes on the ground, Venom grabs the meteorite from the accelerator and holds it above Miles's head. They slam the meteorite down, and Miles barely catches their claws. MJ winds up a throw. Miles catches a sonic burst. He jams it in Venom's maw. The explosion peels back the black symbiote, exposing Harry's face just as Peter wobbles to his feet. The symbiote regrows over him. Venom picks up the meteorite, then regrows their fleshy wings to launch up through the atrium ceiling. Peter and Miles each shoot a web toward them, dangling behind their flight path like threads in a breeze. Venom shoots a cluster of tendrils at Miles, immobilizing his arms. Miles falls. Peter lunges toward Venom. Miles leaps toward a crane swarming with symbiotes. He webs one, then uses it to swing under the crane and kick more off. He yanks a final symbiote to the ground. An eyeless face with rows of teeth takes over. The black and yellow symbiote hurls Peter out into the street. It is joined by several others. They close in on Peter, each hunched over with elongated arms and clawed fingers. Peter crawls through a narrow passageway and descends into a huge, dark chamber. At its center is a suspended black mass, pocked with spiky red pustules. Venom appears. Venom leaps and tackles Peter to the slimy floor, then looms over him. Tendrils immobilize Peter's wrists and ankles. A vision. He webs onto Fido as he charges after Talons. Panels slide away to reveal a satellite, which unfolds its emitter. A Talon drone appears. Felicia offers the wand to Miles. They both hold the wand with one hand and incline their heads. A larger portal appears, leading to the base of the Eiffel Tower. They stare at it for a moment, then look at each other. Felicia grins and cartwheels through the portal. She smiles softly. The portal closes. Miles looks down at the wand of Watum still clutched in his hand. He swings up to a rooftop and studies it carefully. The long handle glows a dull orange. The wand dissolves into dust, which billows away from his fingertips. In its place, a note appears. "Sorry, just got back from Nepal. The doctor and I owe you one. Wong." Miles looks down at it and shakes his head. Peter strolls into the bright EMF atrium. Harry backflips off a high balcony. Tendrils sprout from his chest to cushion his fall. Grinning boyishly, Harry leaps to their second-floor office by pushing off with a column of tendrils. Peter follows. Harry picks up a marker. He sets the marker upright on a table. Harry wrings his hands, then reaches toward the marker. The tendrils miss their mark. Harry places the marker upright again. He steps back, stares intently at the marker, then sends a surge of tendrils from his arm. Peter flinches and shakes his head as Harry withdraws the tendrils. Morning. Bright light spills over utter chaos in the office. The walls and windows have holes punched through them, and office supplies are scattered on the floor. Norman sidesteps debris to enter the office. He frowns at the mess. Most of the furniture is damaged or destroyed except for 2 couches. Harry and Peter sleep on the couches, fully clothed with their limbs splayed out. They both sit up. Peter's eyes dart around. Peter jogs off awkwardly. She picks it up. The phone dies. She sets it down. MJ creeps outside in a slight crouch. She spots Dr. Connors being escorted by hunters through a shallow pit. One of them shoves Connors into a large cage. Connors falls and the hunter manacles his ankle. The hunters leave the cage. As one of them locks the door closed, Connors hurries toward them. He is stopped by his chained ankle. The hunters leave. Peter swings on a web and lands. Someone tosses a bottle from a car off the side of the bridge. Peter aims his web shooter at the falling bottle, but it vanishes within a wave of transparent energy. Peter flips from his place on the bridge and lands on a setting pole. He reaches forward cautiously, and the empty space before him becomes wavy. He pulls his hand back and glances at it curiously. He leaps with a forward flip and lands on a previously invisible plot of land. He dodges a Talon drone. Hunters rush toward him. Peter dodges a grab. Peter sneaks into a wide hallway with Harry following. A custodian ahead. Right field Rick mops an office floor. Harry and Peter glance over at a janitorial cart, which props open the office door. Harry climbs off of his bike but stumbles painfully. Peter puts his hand on Harry's back. They rack their bikes and walk along. A moment of hesitation, then Harry reaches for the door handle. He leans forward and yanks the door open, then peers into the exposed school hallway. Peter glances around, then follows Harry inside. In a flashback, young Peter and Harry slink into the very same hallway. Harry jogs ahead. Miles lands beside Peter. They fist bump. On a walkway below their overlook, massive metal doors slide open. A white man, Scorpion, steps into the sunlight. His stinger is secured to his back. Armed raft guards follow, aiming rifles at his head. Scorpion tips his head back and smiles. Scorpion glares at the guard and wiggles his stinger. The guard flinches. Scorpion resumes walking, and the guards march him up a ramp. From the metal doors, two guards wheel out a handcart. A scruffy Asian man with a metal collar is strapped to it. Miles shakes his head as the guards wheel Martin Lee toward the ramp. Miles stands. Faint bioelectricity arcs along his arms. Miles swings to a closer overlook. Peter follows him, then squeezes Miles's shoulder. The escort loads Lee into the cargo hold of a huge barge. Miles stares down, his posture rigid. Miles slowly turns to Peter. Peter releases his shoulder. The barge shoves off. Tiny explosions burst in the air above the river. Peter swings after the barge. Miles hesitates, then follows him. Peter and Miles swing onto the barge. Multicolored puffs of smoke dot the skies above them. Several motorboats escorting the barge suddenly flip over. Miles and Peter swing into action as the raft guards aim their rifles. Peter zips up to the flame, where he's webbed to a wall. He smiles devilishly. Peter carries him under one arm, leaving Yuri on the floor as he swings away. The flame pulls out a remote. He pushes a button. An explosion sends them sprawling into another room. Yuri stalks in with flames roaring behind her. Peter hurls the flame out a window. He encases him in a web to cushion the landing. Yuri leaps after the flame, but Peter shoots webs and yanks her back. Later, fires smolder along the smashed-up pier. Lee's cell lies on its side. Peter swings above it. Several rescue boats help civilians aboard. Miles and Peter land on a bridge. Miles hangs his head. Peter touches Miles's shoulder. Peter offers a fist bump. Miles returns the fist bump. They blow it up. Miles touches Peter's shoulder before leaping off of the bridge. Debris falls from the ceiling. The floor crumbles, sending everyone sprawling. A downed hunter lies on the ground. Peter lands and looms over him with a menacing posture. The hunter only flinches. Peter uses tendrils to lift a nearby APC above the hunter's head. He hurls the APC into the mansion. Miles punches through a door. Lasers move back and forth over a gap. In the office, MJ sits on a couch. Harry bursts in with a heavy limp. Outside a nearby window, Peter swings by on a web. Harry hurls his cane at the window and falls. MJ stands and hovers near Harry. She doesn't approach as he struggles toward the window to pull himself back onto his feet. Harry glares at MJ with a snarl. She snaps her jaw shut, then retrieves her backpack and leaves the office. Harry faces the window and squeezes his eyes shut. Symbiote Peter enters Rio's office through a window. Peter turns away from Rio's gaze, then swings out of the office. Lee throws Miles back with a blast of energy, then leaps and thrusts his sword downward. Miles grips the blade. Lee's blade stabs the ground. Miles hurls Lee backward. In grimy tunnels, Peter still clutches the syringe. His arm is bent unnaturally. Black tendrils wrench it back into place. Connors leaps toward him, and Peter scrambles out of reach. Connor's spiny tail fully regrows. Bony spikes protrude from the thick tail. Peter drops down to face Connors. Outside the brick facade of the Harlem Cultural Center, Darren speaks with Angela. Darren throws up his hands and walks off. Miles arrives with the drum under one arm. She looks up at a museum banner. Miles drops to the sidewalk beside her. He hands Angela the tom drum. They shake hands. They share a long look before letting go. Miles swings up to perch on an overlook. Miles pulls out his phone. Over messy rooftops and between skyscrapers, New York rushes past in a blur. Traffic dots a broad street below, and thousands of windows glimmer in the sun. In another neighborhood, Peter lands on an apartment rooftop. Connors awakens on a couch in his underground lab wearing only pants. He eases himself up, then jumps when Peter dangles into view. Peter offers a clean shirt with his black tendrils. Connors hesitantly accepts the shirt. Connors leads Peter toward the robotic arm from earlier, vacuum-sealed glass parts open to offer the same jagged black rock. Connors picks it up and waves it near Peter. Peter convulses. The tendrils shoot toward the rock. The metal grating breaks, and they tumble into deep water. Peter slams into a pipe. Connor's claws relax as he sinks into a shadow. Peter searches the water as debris sinks past. He spots the now human Connors, naked and floating unconscious. Peter swims toward him. He clutches the listless Connors about the waist and swims for the surface. Connor's head lolls and his eyes remain closed. In the tunnel, MJ shakes him. She spots her stun gun on its side on the ground, then picks it up. She activates it, then presses it to Peter's neck. Peter convulses and turns to his side. MJ scoots back, then peers at him closely as rope-like tendrils of symbiote slither across his back like black snakes. Symbiote covers his face. His eyes narrow. He stares into MJ's terrified eyes, then launches tendrils at her. MJ dodges and scurries to her feet. A meteor is in a black dreamscape. Ink-colored symbiote expands in a straight line up from the meteor. Lively appendages expand in all directions with surfaces of viscous flowing blackness. They wrap tightly around the meteor. Now Peter awakens on a bench outside in black clothing. He opens his eyes, then slowly sits up. He looks around a crowded sidewalk as people go about their hurried business. Peter takes his phone out of his pocket, then sits on the head of the bench. His screen is filled with notifications from MJ and Rio. A text from Harry. "Come to my place when you get this." Peter saunters away from the bench, moving along the sidewalk. MJ vaults a barricade. Peter leaps over her and crashes through support beams. Harry stands at a hologram of a molecular structure in a wide-open lab of the Emily May Foundation. Peter, in his Spider-Man suit, drops to the lab's glossy floor. The Spider-Man suit vanishes from his body, leaving him in his street clothes. Peter gives Harry the vial of serum. Harry taps a touchscreen in a table, then places the serum in a vial holder. A new molecular structure hologram appears projected above the table. A waiter steps from an elevator. He drives a cart into another waiter who tumbles to the floor holding full trays. A third waiter backs into the pile, sending everyone and their carts sprawling. Peter enters the elevator and mashes buttons. The door shut on Peter, sheepishly looking at the mess. The elevator opens to the second-level balcony which the shield bearer had looked towards. Peter cautiously creeps out toward a set of large double doors. Peter lands gently on the particle accelerator. He flips to the floor. Spider sense. He shoves Harry away from an explosion. He webs the floor, but another explosion topples him over. He lies on his back. Peter rolls onto his stomach and crawls along the floor. Sparks jump in between the cylindrical accelerator vacuums like wild lightning. Peter grasps his head and writhes in pain. A crowd of hunters zip down from high balconies and surround him. A Falcon drone grips his shoulders and lifts him up so his legs dangle above the floor. Unnoticed, Harry hurries to the particle accelerator. He drops his hand to the particle accelerator's big red button. A small, well-kept graveyard stands before the dark chapel. Peter surveys the area. Lightning flashes. Peter swings down, but the concealed shield-bearer bashes him with a voltaic spear. Peter aims his palm, but no webs shoot out. The shield-bearer charges with his shield raised. Peter regains his footing in a courtyard, then looks down at his hands. Peter picks up the vial near a hole in the wall. In the driveway, hunters dismount from trucks. Peter bursts up through cellar doors on black tendrils. Staff in tuxedos loiter in a small parking lot. Peter looks down at his suit as he talks to Harry through an earpiece. As the staff disperses, he hops down. Black tendrils snake along Peter's body, morphing his Spider-Man suit into a tuxedo and bow tie. Peter attempts to hide his face as he enters an industrial kitchen. A waiter points to a silver platter. Peter's arm tendrils rip the doors off. Deep gouges scar a wooden cabinet. He touches a framed photo of Connors with his wife and son. The frame activates a gear mechanism, and a panel in the cabinet reveals a screen with 4 colored blocks. Peter and Venom trade blows as they tumble through the air. Venom smashes Peter through a tanker truck. But Peter manages to gain the upper hand as they crash land on a street. Outside of the EMF building, an Oscorp helicopter arrives. Norman gazes anxiously out of its open side as an ambulance pulls up. With his mask on, Peter walks toward the ambulance with Harry in his arms. Peter slows, then falters. He drops to one knee as Miles arrives to help. EMTs rush out of the ambulance, deploying a gurney. Together, Miles and Peter lift Harry onto it. The helicopter touches down beside them, and they all shield their faces from the wind. Norman rushes out and jogs to where Harry lies on the gurney. Norman's face clenches with rage as he looks at Peter. Norman clambers into the back of the ambulance where Harry lies with his hands on his chest. 2 EMTs close the doors. Peter's gaze is fixed on the ambulance. Miles stands with him and places a hand on his shoulder. MJ appears at his other side and takes his hand. Peter holds on. Scream stumbles weakly. Peter crouches atop MJ's motorcycle nearby. Peter leaps up to her, where she hangs from a street lamp. Scream snarls. She ensnares Peter with her hair and flings him back into a brick wall. Peter flounders while gingerly touching his lower back. Scream leaps down. A Hunter gunship hovers near a brick building with a runic circular window. Snipers scan the rooftops. Miles lands nearby as lights flash from within the building. Subtitles. Vika speaking. Vika to Mongoose. Vika, are you sick? Sick of your calls, Garen. Where are my enclosure codes? The code rotation is on the whiteboard. You know this. And you know to watch your tone with me. Do not call me again, or it'll be your head. MJ steps back from the radio. Later, Miles walks past other students who are hanging out near the academy entrance. Miles waves in greeting. He wears a sleek leather jacket with red and light gray block patterns. Miles pulls out his phone. Connor scrambles for a test tube. A ceremonial spear narrowly misses Connors, forcing him to drop the test tube. Connors convulses. Craven picks up the test tube. He hangs it from a cord around his neck, then draws a knife. Connors sprouts a prehensile tail. Craven knocks MJ aside. Peter lands and fights off several hunters before Craven grabs his fist. Craven rams the ceremonial knife into Peter's abdomen, breaking off its blade. Harry emits a burst of black tendrils. Craven's eyes widen at Harry. He smirks, then addresses Peter. Craven hurls Peter through the atrium roof. MJ takes off after Peter while Harry faces off against Craven. Connors, now a spiky green lizard with elongated arms, leaps toward the domed roof. MJ drops into a ditch where Peter lies in stagnant water. He lifts his head. MJ helps Peter to his feet. She slings his arm over her shoulders. Peter zips through a cloak onto a rooftop, and a cell tower appears directly in front of him. He clings to the tower. Hunter's work. A hunter hits a Talon drone, launching it at Peter. He flips over it and lands. The hunter brandishes 2 swords as a group of hunters shore up behind her. Peter types at a laptop. He hits a key. Behind him, a Talon drone activates and takes off. Peter types at a computer. He lifts his head with alertness. A cat hops off a window ledge. Behind the window is a bedroom with a workspace filled with various Spider-Man masks. Miles' Spider-Man suit is on a hanger. Miles lies on his bed staring at a college application on his laptop. The personal statement reads, "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is protecting the people I love." He minimizes the essay to scroll through the articles. He stops on one that reads, "Mr. Negative on the loose." His mom opens his door. He shuts his laptop. Rio shrugs. Miles grabs his phone and hides its screen from her view. A message from Peter reads, "Suit up." Miles vaults out of his bedroom window and webs himself to a fire escape above. Rio turns to Miles's laptop, which lays slightly open on his bed. She approaches the laptop, turns it to face herself, and opens it to see the Mr. Negative headline. Rio's shoulders drop, and she glances out of the bedroom window to see Miles, donned head to toe in his Spider-Man suit, running along the side of a building. Miles leaps over the building's top ledge. The DJ deck sparks and explodes. Miles tumbles to the dance floor. The virtual club is broken apart into platforms floating through a smoky purple void. Across a gap, an Asian man in a suit and tie glares at Miles. The pair approaches a mixed-race man. He wears an ornate purple coat with gold accents over a green suit. Beck gestures grandly toward a door. Miles and Genki lean forward. He offers his hand. Genki shakes his head. Miles steps up toward Beck. On the door is a glowing green symbol of an open eye. A flask webbed up under a sink. The security guard enters the photo lab, his bright flashlight leading him. Peter holes up behind the side of the sink. The guard paces, waving his flashlight's beam. The security guard walks out of sight. Peter stands over the sink and uncorks the flask. Vapor rises from the mixed-up liquid. Peter pours some into his web shooter. He kneels under the sink and replaces the flask, sticking it with web. He stands and spots a square vent in the ceiling. Snipers. The 2 hunters shake hands. Peter, in his Spider-Man suit, is stealthily perched nearby. Sand minions pile on. Metal spider arms fling them. Text, present day. Miles, a black teen with high-topped locks, sits in a classroom. He scoffs at a college application on his laptop. Other students mill in and sit down. An Asian boy wearing a bucket hat, Genki, gives Miles a fist bump. Miles signs "What's up" to Haley, a black girl with a short afro. Peter, a white man with short brown hair, bursts in. A sharply dressed black woman looks pointedly at her watch as she leaves. Miles points to his neck. Peter adjusts his collar to conceal his spider suit. Miles shoots to his feet and stiffly leaves the classroom. Sand flutters in through an open window. A student closes the window. Miles returns. Peter follows Miles into a stairwell. Together they vault and swing up the landings using webs shot from their wrists. Peter tries a door. On the rooftop behind him, Yuri strolls up. Yuri glares. He fidgets anxiously. In her wraith suit, Yuri hops off the roof. Peter swings after her. Rio materializes in front of Miles, void of all color. The demon slams its claws. Miles steadies himself on a floating chunk of debris and raises his arms toward Lee. As he strains, Lee is carried toward Miles, floating on his own debris platform. Miles kinetically pulls Lee closer. Miles lifts his debris onto Lee's and glares inches from his face. Miles stretches out his arms, then closes them. Peter arrives at the old mansion. He perches above a courtyard overlooking hunters who guard cages. The eyes of Peter's suit narrow, and he drops into the courtyard. Peter reaches the rooftop. Connors flicks out a forked tongue. A gunship appears behind Peter. From its open side, Craven aims a crossbow at Connors. Peter dodges. Connors tumbles off the building, then manages to catch a handhold on the side. Craven takes aim. The bolt hits Connor's tail. He falls. Peter leaps after him. Peter looks at the crossbow bolt. It explodes. Connor's tail shears off. Peter lands on him, pries open his jaw, and holds up the antidote. They crash through the sidewalk. A tiny arachnid bot. A construction worker waves urgently from a collapsing crane. Miles webs a hunter to the ground, then knocks out 2 others. He leaps off a railing and webs himself to the rotating crane. Miles watches as the worker hurtles helplessly toward the ground. Miles zips down, grabs the worker, and clings to a railing safely. The crane explodes behind them. Miles has spider sense. The worker jabs him with a syringe. Miles loosens his grip. He drops from the railing and lands on a street below before the collapsed tunnel. He lifts his head weakly, but succumbs to unconsciousness. Craven lands on the street and peers down at Miles. Hunters drop beside their leader, and a gunship aims at the rubble blocking the tunnel. She slips through the basement door and closes it behind her. Miles spins and slams a fist into a hunter's face, then dodges and throws him sideways. MJ pushes a small tractor into trash cans. Inside the tunnel, debris rains on MJ, causing her motorcycle to topple over and sending her hurtling across the pavement, skidding along the rough surface. MJ clutches her stun gun. She steps gingerly along a dimly lit maintenance area. Twisted rebar protrudes from the floor. Peter leaps out from behind a shelf. MJ throws herself to the ground. A jackhammer topples and triggers. The noise causes Peter to wince and squirm. MJ hurries over to the jackhammer. Peter throws himself to the ceiling and convulses in pain. MJ grabs a wrench from the floor and brings it down on the jackhammer. She looks up at Peter on the ceiling. He drops to the floor on his side. MJ crawls toward him and stares apprehensively. She slowly reaches out toward him. The symbiote around Peter's head retracts, exposing his face. His eyes are shut. MJ stares at him fretfully. MJ hurdles Peter's symbiote tendrils. A hunter lays knocked out beside his crossbow. Peter turns around as a brute hunter, wearing a bear's head for a hood, steps into view wielding a large double-sided axe with a spike at its top center. Peter leaps away as the brute swings the axe into a computer server. The brute heaves his axe for a better grip and glares. He slams his axe, launching Peter through a window and tumbling along the floor. The brute continues toward Peter. He cuts down a thin tree. Peter barely stumbles out of its way as it slams to the floor. Harry extinguishes a flame. Peter flips and lands across from him. Harry puts the fire extinguisher down and checks his tablet. They high-five. They walk along the lab. Hunters drop in from above. Peter flips into a fighter stance. Miles flips to narrowly dodge a lunge from Connors, then clings to spikes on his back. Alone, Peter lands on a high rooftop. He removes the canister from his back to examine it, then looks up at an Oscorp Industries antenna. In the main dining hall of Feast, a spiky red nest pulsates with symbiote tendrils. Lee places his hand against it and channels negative energy into the mass. Lee's natural complexion peeks through as he strains. Miles hops down and adds his bioelectricity to Lee's efforts. A pulse sends them stumbling back. Lee raises his eyebrows slightly, then his eyes wander back to the nest. Miles stands. Miles removes his mask. Lee looks him up and down with uncertainty. Lee looks down, his lips twitching as though trying to speak. Miles offers his hand. Lee's eyes flick between it and Miles's face before he takes a breath and shakes it. Miles's bioelectricity crackles along his arm. Both he and Lee examine their hands. Lee touches the nest with one hand, then gathers negative energy in his other fist before plunging it in as well. A burst of energy sends Miles tumbling back. Several green and yellow symbiotes emerge to attack him. In a back office, an unmasked Peter kneels beside his Aunt May's hospital bed. Miles tentatively approaches him. Miles gently places his hand on Peter's shoulder. A crowd of symbiotes bursts from the doors, led by a symbiote behemoth. Miles leaps clear, but the behemoth grabs and throws Peter. He tumbles to the street. Green and yellow symbiotes swarm Peter, holding him down and drowning him in their black mass. Miles leaps down after him, but the symbiotes swiftly overwhelm him as well. Buried beneath him, Miles reaches weakly upward. A hand glowing with negative energy reaches down to grab him. Martin Lee pulls Miles free. Lee punches the ground with an explosive pulse, knocking away the symbiotes. Peter lies on his back, twitching slightly. Lee looks up at Miles, then nods. He places his hand on Miles's shoulder. Gooey black tendrils engulf City Hall. On the street, a civilian flees a green symbiote. Miles and Peter swing in to face the symbiotes. Miles punches the orange nest with bioelectricity, but it traps his hand and pulls him into the hive mind. Overhead, Peter yanks on Venom's wings to redirect their flight. The nest bursts into fluttering fragments. Lee's negative aura is dispelled. Miles puts Lee's arm over his shoulders to help him along. Peter lands a heavy kick on Venom's chest. MJ picks up her phone and holds it up. She opens the door. Outside, Harry leans against the doorframe. Now relatively normal, he glares with a furrowed brow as he reaches for MJ. On Peter's screen, tendrils snake toward her face. Outside, Miles roundhouse kicks a symbiote in the face, then grapples another. MJ rushes out. Miles throws the symbiote aside, then follows MJ as she sprints up the steps leading up to the bridge. Miles picks off more symbiotes as MJ mounts her bike. MJ grits her teeth and nods. She speeds down the street. Miles swings close behind her. A symbiote retracts from a civilian. Peter straightens. Peter swings to the shipyard and hangs on a support beam. Miles drops next to him. Peter hands Miles a device. Miles hands it back. Felicia conjures a portal to the inside of an approaching gunship. She hops through and strikes a hunter. The gunship wavers, then spirals. In a park, a portal appears. Felicia steps out. The gunship crashes beside her. Miles swings in. Her gaze falls. She looks at Miles as firelight flickers over them. Miles turns away from her. An arrow strikes the ground. They look up to see hunters closing in. Peter kneels and his web shooters print a spider-like device. Peter drops to the ground among destroyed and sparking hunter beasts. He webs himself upward. Peter stands tall, the ground around him littered with defeated hunters. They squirm in pain. Peter holds his hands before his face, examining them curiously. He web swings out of the atrium. From a nearby roof, Craven watches. As Craven raptly studies Peter, a hunter approaches him. A snarling smile stretches his bearded face. A crossbow. Peter holds it and fires off a grapple hook, which lands at the edge of a nearby wall. Peter glances at its taut trailing rope. Diagrammatic windows label the crossbow's features. A loading bar labeled Webline fills in. He puts down the crossbow. Peter rolls the card into a cutout of Flash Thompson. The helicopter, Norman, and young Harry fade away from the football field. Now, in present day, Harry and Peter sit on the bleachers across from the very same field. In Harry's gift box, Peter finds an ID card. The ID card features Peter's picture and reads, Co-founder, Emily May Foundation. Peter's eyes flicker, seemingly searching for the right words. Peter barges out of the gym and runs outside. Harry steps over a bleacher seat and meets him. Peter holds up the thumb drive and high-fives Harry. They hurry along, then stop to look up at a helicopter with a searchlight. The helicopter lands on the football field ahead. The helicopter door opens, and out steps Norman Osborn clad in a brown overcoat. His auburn hair is neat, with not a hair out of place. He emanates an air of importance as he walks with perfect posture across the field. Norman stares morosely, his arms at his sides. Harry's expression stiffens. Peter stands stiffly in his spot, watching as Norman leads Harry away, one arm around his shoulder. They stop in front of the helicopter and Norman looks into Harry's eyes as he speaks quietly. Peter watches the father and son apprehensively through his thick-rimmed glasses. Norman speaks silently. Harry's lips tremble and he kneels over. Peter takes a step forward but hesitates and stays in place. Norman kneels and puts a gentle hand on his son's back. He winds up a punch crackling with bioelectric energy and strikes the propeller. It flies off and plunges into the river. Miles stumbles to his feet. Before him, the capsized barge sinks into the river. The broken pier lurches as civilians cling to it. On the shore, Marco is trapped in a cell. He slowly turns to face Peter and Miles and shakes his head with a grimace. A helicopter takes off carrying the glass-walled cell toward the raft prison. Peter glances at Miles. The helicopter soars across the river. Peter frantically tends to civilians. The final harpoon line holding the barge snaps, and its second propeller smashes into the crumbling pier. Civilians tumble toward the spinning blades. Peter grabs and clings to several people. He looks toward Miles, who is still holding on to Lee. Miles glances over his shoulder, then glares at Lee. Miles lets him go. On a rooftop, Peter finds Lee. Lee gazes down at Feast. Behind him, Peter reaches towards Lee with tendrils. They hit Lee's aura of negative energy and retract. Lee dispels his energy. Peter stands and turns to leave. He pauses. Lee gazes up at Peter with soft eyes. Peter stands stiffly, staring down at him for a moment before leaping away. Lee turns to look back down at the feast building. Miles's spider sense triggers. A blast of negative energy shoots from the side of the red cell. Lee shambles out. His entire body shimmers with an ethereal glow. His arms and legs are free, but the thick metal collar is still clamped around his neck. Miles advances on Lee. Behind him, the propeller starts spinning again. A civilian falls toward it. Peter grabs her just in time. He swings off. Fire spread along the pier as Lee stares down Miles. Lee blinks and hesitates. His eyes soften, and he drops his gaze. From a gunship, the leader ensnares Lee with ropes and hauls him backward. Miles shoots 2 webs onto Lee and holds him. Peter sends a surge of tendrils, but Miles leaps overhead to dodge. His fist shimmers blue as he brings it down on Peter's chest, then holds him on his back. Miles dodges another surge, then hurls Peter airborne. Miles leaps up and winds up a punch. With a burst of blue light, Miles slams Peter down. Miles grapples his struggling friend. A tendril surge sends Miles flying back. More tendrils yank Peter away from him. Miles leaps on the bell and punches it. Peter drops to the ground, the symbiote swarming over his body. Miles punches the bell again. The symbiote writhes as Peter convulses. Peter pulls himself to his knees and pulls at his mask. Miles lands. His spider sense activates and he grips his head as a negative energy Peter appears. The demon reappears. Hunter APCs spear Connors with ropes. Peter leaps on him. He jabs in the antidote. Connors yanks a rope, sending an APC flying past Peter. Connors scales a building, dangling an APC. Peter lifts a manhole cover, then drops into the hole. The sewers below are a dim greenish haze. Peter crawls along the ceiling and touches his earpiece. In an office, Harry juts his jaw as he sets his phone down on a desk. He slowly eases himself to his feet and grabs his cane. He shuffles slowly to a balcony overlooking the central atrium in the EMF. In the sewers, Peter drops into murky ankle-deep water. She attaches a web shooter to the stun gun. An arrow whizzes past her head. She turns and aims at a hunter. Steel doors trap Miles. Green gas fills the room. A hunter grabs MJ from behind and holds a knife to her neck. MJ headbutts the hunter and stuns her. MJ presses her hand to her head and winces. Peter, under the symbiote's control, drags an unconscious hunter using tendrils from his arm. He stares at MJ, who looks back with wide, terrified eyes. Peter swings away on tendrils. MJ holds her phone to her ear. Miles clings to a house. Miles swings after Peter. MJ steps through a garage door and kneels behind a pile of construction supplies. Ahead, Peter's symbiote arm launches a hunter from a second-story window. Helicopters hover in the night sky above the Emily May Foundation. Peter lands outside of the lab, releasing Harry. The suit vanishes from Peter's body. Harry and Peter watch as a helicopter lands in front of them. Armed officers step out of the helicopter, with Norman exiting behind them. Norman hugs his son, then pulls him away and inspects him with shifting eyes. Norman stares into Harry's determined eyes, then turns to an officer. Peter squeezes Harry's shoulder sympathetically. Peter holds out a hand. Harry reaches into his pocket and takes out the antidote, then hands it over to Peter with a nod. Peter taps Harry's shoulder, then leaves the scene, moving along a sidewalk. Harry opens the hatch for Peter to drop out of the accelerator. Peter grips his head and keels over. Harry rushes over to the panel and smacks the big red button. Harry helps Peter up from the floor. Equipment is on fire. Harry grabs a fire extinguisher and rushes across the lab. On a monitor, Connor stumbles through the lab. Connors rushes into a side room. He hurls a vial, then rams a shutting door. Peter glances toward the same door. It's still shut. Connor's green reptilian hand grips a restraint chair. Peter knocks a civilian free of the symbiote. Nearby, Miles lands with Lee. They casually fist bump, then look up at Lee where he stands on the City Hall steps. Lee hesitates, then walks up to them. Lee nods to himself. His eyes wander, then look off into the distance as he walks away from the Spider-Men. Lee looks back over his shoulder with a tiny smile. He walks off. Peter looks at Miles. They clasp hands, then turn to leave. With a running jump, they web swing away. Miles takes the lead, and Peter follows closely behind. Peter leaps in, but the gunship fires. Black tendrils wrap defensively around him. Under fire from hunters, Miles catches and flings Peter away. Miles falls into the river. He rights himself just below the surface and gazes around. A dark silhouette charges him. He cloaks just in time to avoid Connor's jaws, then decloaks and surfaces. Connor slips back into the river. The Genki drone flies in. Miles shoots a web at it, then hangs on as he skids along the water. He shakily stands. Connors tears after them. In a vision, yellow symbiotes accost Haley. Lee and Miles arrive at a nest of black tendrils. Lee fixes Miles with a serious expression, then walks forward. He clenches his fist and negative energy arcs along his arm. The demon clambers over and smashes its fists together. It pulls them apart to reveal a circular portal. Lee runs and leaps through it. Miles watches him, then adjusts his footing into a wide stance. The ground beneath MJ collapses. She leaps toward a ledge but loses her grip and falls when the ground trembles. Venom stumbles back. Peter leaps up for another attack, but tendrils ensnare his wrists and ankles. As Peter dangles in the air, Venom ascends to him on a column of tendrils. Symbiote tendrils crawl over Peter's face. Tendrils occlude his spider suit, constricting him. But Peter thrusts them away with an anti-venom blast. Venom tumbles away as Peter falls free. Peter presses his hand to Venom's head to channel anti-venom. Venom's wings go still, and they plummet through the air with Peter holding fast. With a mighty punch, Venom knocks Peter off, then grabs his ankle. Behind them, a helicopter hovers into view with Miles perched on its tail. Miles webs the meteorite, then pulls until it slips out of Venom's grip. Venom swipes wildly at Miles, freeing Peter. On a rooftop, Miles kneels by a launcher. He web prints another friend. Miles holds a friend. In an alleyway, a hexagonal portal appears. Through it is a fully stocked bar. The tattooed bartender is a muscular South Asian woman. She motions to herself. She pulls out a wooden box and all of the spider bots fly into it. She shuts the lid. The bartender scoffs and the portal snaps closed. He stares where it just was and shakes his head. A prickly object as large as Miles' torso hovers near the floor. Irregular clear spikes jut from its center like icicles, and its core glows a deep orange. Miles kicks a sand minion through a wall where more emerge. Miles knocks out the interrogator. Miles unties Ms. Ferguson from a chair. The hunters drive along the street, oblivious of MJ. Peter, MJ, and Harry walk towards the Ferris wheel. Harry grins. MJ grins back as she and Peter board a Ferris wheel gondola. Peter looks at her with a warm smile that crinkles his cheeks. MJ links her arm through Peter's, then leans her head against his shoulder. As the Ferris wheel begins to move, fireworks burst in the night sky. They smile as the gondola rises. They lean in for a kiss. But MJ stops. She pulls out her phone. The Ferris wheel halts. MJ reads from her phone. She shakes her head. Peter flashes a radiant smile. MJ smiles. They lean in and their lips meet in a slow, mellow kiss. As they part, the skies above New York are illuminated by fireworks twinkling in various shades of red, green, and gold. In the park below, a squad of armed hunters emerges from the shadows. They wield crossbows and curved swords. The Coney Island crowd flees before them. On the go-kart track, Tombstone kneels by the crashed cart. He stands hesitantly as hunters surround him. On the Ferris wheel, Peter spots them. He stands. He locks eyes with MJ. She nods. Peter takes a leaping dive off the gondola. Back in his normal clothes, Miles tumbles out of the building. Genki and Beck rush to him. Beck looks forlornly at the Mysterium. Later, a velvet rope blocks the entrance. He places a sign on it which reads, "Closed for maintenance." Peter emerges from the multicolored carnival rides and points to the sign. Miles smirks. MJ and Harry. Miles locks eyes with Peter. As Miles and Genki walk off, Miles sends a text. "Hey Haley, sorry I can't make it to your exhibit." Miles texts, "Catch you later?" She replies, "Sure." Harry gestures toward Peter with a smile. The three of them head towards the attractions. On the ground below, hunters load an unconscious Tombstone into a vehicle. Another aims at Peter. But MJ uses her stun gun on his neck, incapacitating him. The vehicle with Tombstone drives away. The coaster track shakes. At EMF. Harry hangs up his phone. MJ snoops in a hunter van. A hunter enters the van. MJ drops her phone. It tumbles out of the back. As MJ sneakily reaches for her phone, a hunter closes the back of the van. She's forced to withdraw her arm and duck down to remain hidden. In the back of the van, MJ pulls out her stun gun. She remains stowed away, waiting. A metal gate rolls open to allow the van through a brick outer wall into an overgrown courtyard. The path is flanked by statues of rhinos and lit by torches. The van pulls off the path and parks. The hunters exit the front seats. One walks toward the van's rear doors. MJ scoots toward the doors and braces to kick them against the hunter. She knocks the hunter back, then spots the other. MJ and Peter reach the atrium where Harry wails on Craven. Peter falls. MJ shakes him. Harry flings Craven onto the roof. MJ's face contorts with panic. Harry dashes over and removes his mask. He and MJ kneel beside Peter. Harry removes Peter's mask and MJ holds his hand. Peter's face goes slack. Peter Parker doesn't move. Harry's shoulders heave with sobs. He and MJ kneel with their heads hung low beside Peter's unmoving form. Lightning and firelight flicker over them. Harry hovers an unsteady hand near Peter's arm. Black tendrils snake from his wrist toward Peter. Harry and MJ share a quizzical glance as more tendrils sprout from Harry's suit. Writhing black masses flow from Harry and flow onto Peter's body. They weave together, encasing him in a glossy black suit with white eyes. Peter bolts upright. MJ throws her arms around him. As Peter looks curiously down at his body, hunters leap in from the atrium roof. Harry, now noticeably thinner, stumbles to his feet. Peter falls toward the city below. Mysterio rises through green smoke in a helmet full of mist. Cole types furiously at a keyboard when Miles webs up her hands. Betsy removes her VR headset and raises her hands entreatingly. Betsy glances toward a nearby door with wide eyes. She turns to flee, but Miles easily webs her to a wall. Miles opens the door to find Beck lying on the floor. Beck winces, squeezing his eyes shut. Miles looks back toward Betsy and Cole and shakes his head. Later, police officers push aside onlookers to escort Betsy and Cole away in handcuffs. Miles and Beck watch from the roof of the Mysterium. He hands Miles a dev diary. Beck grins at Miles. Beck gets to his feet and dusts himself off. He places one hand on the giant Mysterium block lettering. He looks at Miles. Beck offers a slight smile before disappearing in a puff of green smoke. Miles looks around but finds himself alone on the roof of the Mysterium. As Miles crawls along, a recessed safe scans him with lasers. The thick door opens. Miles grabs and pockets an item from inside it. Using his webs, Peter pulls open a hatch, jumps inside, and closes it. In a catacomb, Yuri shoves the flame against a stone column. Yuri stabs him. Peter knocks Yuri aside with a flying kick, then tends to the flame. Yuri recovers and aims her chain blade. Peter tosses the flame toward a high wall, then webs him up. Yuri readies her blade. The Emily May Foundation is nestled between apartment buildings on a quiet city block. A paneled dome on its rooftop reflects the dusk light. Peter, in his Spider-Man suit, leaps toward the entrance. On the front of a heavy safe, laser scanners sweep over Miles. Locking mechanisms spin open. The thick metal door swings open. Miles picks up an item inside and pockets it. Miles clutches his head, then dodges a strike from the demon. Back in the city, Peter and Miles land on a rooftop. Peter unmasks. His eyes shine with tears as he looks at Miles. Miles hands Peter the canister, then pulls off his own mask. Miles raises his eyebrows and breaks eye contact. Their eyes meet in a sincere look. They fist bump. Miles pulls on his mask as he trots off. Peter pauses to watch him go. His chest deflates slightly and he shakes his head before donning his mask. Peter swings away from the rooftop with the symbiote canister strapped to his back. MJ slinks into an open garage, shutting the door softly behind herself. Ahead, a hunter is turned around. MJ sneaks forward, but a neighbor appears in a window. The hunter turns and aims. Peter slams down, knocking the hunter out. Peter bounds away. Miles shakily stands but winces and drops to one knee as a negative energy Genki manifests. Genki stalks off as the demon swipes at Miles. She stuns him and breaks free from his grasp. Back in the lab, Peter's tendrils retract. Peter trembles. Connors places the rock back on the robotic arm. He gestures toward Peter. Connors fixes Peter with a shrewd gaze. Connors picks up a phone, then stares at Peter. A tendril snatches the phone from Connors' hand. Connors flinches away from Peter. Peter advances on Connors, who stumbles and falls. He cowers on the ground. When Connors sits up, Peter is gone. Peter sets down the platter. He pulls off the cover to reveal raw steak. The shield bearer glares down at it. The shield bearer looks at a balcony. Peter replaces the cover and collects the platter. In front of City Hall, Lee and Miles kneel beside Peter. Lee's aura is gone. He looks up at Miles as Peter stirs. Green and yellow symbiotes close in. Lee glances at his powerless hands. Peter flips to his feet. White tendrils wriggle over his suit, and a burst of energy turns it glossy white with sleek black details. The eyes of his suit narrow as he gets his bearings. Miles assists Lee as Peter faces down numerous symbiotes emerging from City Hall. A negative version of Dr. Octavius snatches Miles and hurls him through the floor with a smile. Miles falls, but a negative vulture swoops up to grab him. Vulture throws him down, and Scorpion appears to punch Miles down through another level. Electro appears and holds Miles in midair with arcing electricity. Electro throws him down. Rhino snags Miles and slams him through another floor. More symbiotes emerge from the rooftops and crawl out from between the giant tendrils. They circle Peter, some pacing on all fours like pack animals. Peter shifts his weight from foot to foot. One symbiote tackles Peter and the rest of the group charges. He lands on the fountain, then leaps to a ledge beside the tunnel entrance. Symbiotes linger below. The symbiotes don't react. Peter lowers himself to peer inside the tunnel. He drops to the ground, then eyes the symbiotes crowded around him. They part for him as he approaches the tunnel. From the darkness within, Venom charges and pins Peter. Venom raises their claw. MJ glances at Miles. Peter clutches Venom's forearm, channeling anti-venom. Venom stumbles back. Peter swings past the symbiotes and out of the plaza. Venom charges heedlessly after him. Peter and Miles wind up punches. They strike Venom in the face. Miles pushes off to dive toward the ground and catches the meteorite. Peter, in the symbiote suit, lands on the windowsill of his dark bedroom and rolls exhaustedly onto his bed. MJ enters and gestures to the open laptop beside him. Peter lays back and shuts his eyes. MJ takes the laptop and crosses the bedroom. She sets it down on a desk under a bright light. MJ glances over at Peter, now asleep. She notices the suit's tendrils sliding over him. They retract. MJ hurries to a window and looks out into the night. Hunters brandish crossbows and head up the driveway. MJ looks to Peter's bed, but Peter is gone. She grabs a stun gun from a bookshelf. On the bridge, Miles nods to MJ. She nods back. Miles swings into the plaza. He shoots a web at a symbiote's face. It flinches, then marches toward him. The other symbiotes follow suit, closing in on Miles as MJ crouches down a stair. MJ rushes down the steps. A symbiote charges her, and she fires a sonic shot at it. The symbiote flies back, instantly retracting from a frightened civilian. MJ glances at her hands, then charges onward. Miles whirls his legs in a flare move to sweep a symbiote's knees, then dodges over another's head. MJ sprints into the tunnel, and symbiote tendrils close the entrance behind her like overgrown vines. He jabs the device into the hunter beast's neck. A crossbow bolt is lodged in its shoulder armor. The beast pounces. A burning building. Officer over radio. Haley nods as Genki fumbles slightly with the sign language. Miles signs thank you to each of them, then jogs to tail the officer. Pulsing tendrils suspend the meteorite. MJ grasps its jagged surface. A craggy swirl glows orange on its front. She tugs, but tendrils wriggle from the meteorite to slither around her wrists. MJ recoils and fires a sonic shot. The meteorite breaks free, and the towering tree of tendrils shivers above her. MJ scrambles to the jagged meteorite and stuffs it in her backpack. Lip curled in disgust, MJ shakes off a tendril that attempts to cling to her wrist. She puts on her backpack. The slightly too large meteorite peeks out of it. Harry leads the way toward the Brooklyn race carts track. A go-kart cuts a corner and flips over on the track. Nearby, a broad-shouldered black man with unnaturally gray skin vaults onto the track. He lifts the cart off the driver. Another cart rider collides with the large man. It bounces harmlessly off his ankles. Tombstone pats the driver's shoulder. Peter jerks his thumb away from the go-kart track. Harry and MJ follow. MJ falls through a makeshift ramp. A hunter shoots a dart at her. Gunships appear. Hunters fire nets toward Peter. One manages to wrap around his torso. Several net hunters deploy from the gunships and cling to high surfaces. As Tombstone flings a tire toward a hunter on the ground, nets ensnare him and pin him down. Marco towers in the eye of a sandstorm. Peter soars toward him, but is struck by lightning. Marco grabs Miles. He flings Miles across downtown, crashing through a building. Miles shoots a web with each arm to catch himself. The webs stretch as he strains. Miles slingshots back toward downtown. Marco throws vehicles at him. Another gunship flies in, flanked by Talons. Its side door opens, and the hunter leader confidently takes aim with a sniper rifle. He sights Miles, then shifts his aim. His shot frees harpoons and canisters on the underside of the barge. They tumble into the water and flames bloom around them. The flames reach the pier, trapping several civilians. A speedboat is stalled between the barge and pier. Peter swings to a raised platform and approaches a computer monitor, which displays surveillance footage and files. Peter opens the computer file on Scorpion. MJ climbs through the window, emerging beside the house in a downpour. Armed hunters march up the driveway toward the front door of Peter's house. MJ texts Miles help and hides behind a set of garbage cans. A hunter spots her and aims his crossbow. Thick, dark tentacle-like appendages throw him across the street. The appendages belong to Peter in the symbiote suit. He slams the hunter onto an APC, then crouches over his body. Peter leaps to a rooftop. MJ stiffens up as she watches Peter fall out of view. It crashes through a wall and tumbles through an atrium. Peter leaps in after it. Tendrils extend from his back to cave in the hole in the wall behind him. The tendrils retract and Peter stalks into the decaying atrium through a huge puddle. He dodges a thrown axe. As Peter cranes his head about, a massive cage drops to trap him. Craven enters the atrium with a smirk. Craven advances on the windowed cage. Peter presses his hands against one wall and tendrils seep from his arms. Craven stands just outside of the cage, towering over Peter's hunched and wriggling form. Craven places his hand on the cage, tracing a tendril. Craven smiles and turns to leave. Peter rages against the cage wall. A spotlight shines behind Craven. In a cage set into a wall, Miles struggles to lift his head. Peter strikes the walls of his cage. Miles collapses on his side as Peter uses tendrils to pummel his cage. Craven watches raptly as Peter strains against the cage. A burst of tendrils breaks the cage apart. Peter stands in the murky puddle and stares down Craven. Miles hefts open the door. A symbiote tendril bursts from Peter's room, pinning Miles against the wall. Miles charges up bioelectricity, but Lee neutralizes the tendril with a zap of negative energy. Lee offers his hand. Miles accepts it and Lee pulls him to his feet. A reptilian head hangs inside. It is hollow and made of dry, shed skin. Miles gingerly reaches for it. Chunks of meat litter the floor. A shadowy figure drops from above. Black tendrils retract into his back. Peter steps forth. Peter offers the vial. A compartment opens on the Talon drone. The reptilian Connors charges past them. They swing out of the hole left by the charge. As Connors dives into open water, hunters on boats spot him. Miles, Peter, and the Genki drone chase after them. The two of them enter the negative zone version of New York, glimmering with sharply contrasted black and white. A sword in one hand, Lee runs and leaps off the rooftop. From the street below, the towering demon rises up. Its horned black head crackles with negative energy. Peter lands just outside of the infested subway entrance. In Peter's house, MJ sits before a laptop. She gives a slight smile. MJ publishes the podcast. A co-signed mortgage application sits nearby. In the kitchen, Peter flips a wheat cake. Haley and Miles sit across the dining table from Rio and Genki. MJ hands off a plate of wheat cakes to Rio. She returns to the table and they all continue conversing as Peter leads MJ outside with a smile. Outside, a feast worker loads boxes into the back of a truck. She looks up as Peter and MJ walk along their front porch. Peter waves. The partially destroyed front wall of the house is covered in tarps and plywood. Peter hops down over a damaged portion of the front porch, then offers MJ his hand to help her down. MJ grins as she accepts it. Together they walk up the driveway toward the garage as the feast truck drives off. Peter lifts the manual garage door open. He wears a sheepish smile and sets down his phone as MJ grins at the small room. A huge whiteboard on the back wall has the words, Emily May Foundation, written in dry erase marker. Photos adorn shelves along another wall, including one of Peter posing with Aunt May and another of Emily. They both look down at Peter's phone. An FNSM notification is requesting Spider-Man's help. Peter shifts from foot to foot but grabs MJ's hand instead. She beams up at him. Peter shifts and blinks nervously. Miles lands in the driveway, his mask in hand. MJ gently pushes Peter forward. With an easy smile, Miles sweeps his hand toward the neighborhood. He playfully punches Peter's shoulder. They embrace tightly. MJ watches with a wide grin. They fist bump. Miles shakes MJ's hand. Miles dons his mask and swings off. Peter's smile turns slightly sad as he watches him go. MJ takes his hand. They stand side by side in the driveway. Peter turns to MJ and pulls her in close with a hand around her waist. They press their lips together for a long moment. MJ gently cups the back of Peter's neck, and they gaze into each other's eyes. They both smile. Sunlight streams over Emily's white hawthorn tree planted in the front yard. A cluster of May blossoms encircles it. They both crash to the ground and debris buries Peter. Venom extends tendrils to snatch the meteorite, but Miles grabs and pulls at it with his webs. MJ turns to see Miles straining to maintain his grip. Venom reels in the meteorite. Just before it reaches their claws, MJ aims a charged sonic shot. Venom tumbles back. Symbiotes begin to overwhelm MJ as Peter struggles to lift the rubble off himself. Miles stuffs the meteorite into the accelerator and webs it in place. A residual symbiote tendril on the meteorite surges out, pinning Miles to a wall. Harry manages to rip part of the symbiote away from his chest. MJ shoots oncoming symbiotes, and tendrils swallow Miles's face. Peter kneels with a grimace. Peter looks away as Harry writhes in agony. They crash onto the domed ceiling of EMF. Peter's suit mask recedes as he crouches on Venom's chest. He grips Venom's face, forcing the symbiote to recede slightly. In the atrium below, MJ continues shooting symbiotes as Miles powers up. Peter glances at them, then meets Harry's gaze. The symbiote reclaims Harry, and Venom pulls apart the atrium dome beneath them. Venom and Peter fall. Scream recoils, then pounces as she wraps her arms around Peter. They land hard on a low rooftop. Peter hops out of reach as Scream struggles to her feet. She falls to one knee, clutching her head. Scream convulses and struggles to get her footing. She leaps after a retreating Peter, her flesh a pale yellow and red, like tendons over exposed musculature. Peter squeezes his eyes shut, his face clenched in anguish. Shoulders heaving, Peter looks down. Harry lies freed from the symbiote, his eyes barely open. MJ catches sight of him. Harry manages to glance in her direction to meet her sorrowful eyes, but is unable to lift his head. Harry looks up at Peter and attempts a smile. With mournful eyes, Peter nods at his best friend. Harry presses his lips together to speak. His eyes drift closed. The particle accelerator explodes. Venom bashes them toward the kitchen, causing the vintage fridge to fall on top of Peter. They drag MJ by her legs, then hold her up by her neck. Black tendrils slither toward her face. Peter flings the fridge off. Venom holds her out of reach. Venom bares their teeth at Peter. From behind the upended dining table, a bright red and yellow claw reaches up. A feminine form slowly stands towering over Peter. Long scarlet tendrils grow from her head like hair, and a smile full of long teeth splits her face. Symbiote MJ's hair tendrils lash out to grab Peter. MJ hits a button, and the accelerator spools up. Peter keeps his hand pressed into Harry's chest, channeling anti-venom. Tendrils slither up Peter's arms as he grits his teeth. She hurls him through the living room wall. On the street outside, Peter collides with the city bus. Cars veer away. The symbiote MJ, Scream, leaps out of the house with hair tendrils almost as large as her body. Venom hops onto the sidewalk, watching the chaos. They turn their back and leap away over the rooftops. Scream bares her teeth. A theme park floats on broken islands. Peter hustles to the edge of the roof and crouches. Peter nods and glances over his shoulder. On the roof of the yellow and blue Brooklyn Visions Academy, Miles dons a backpack. He swings across a walkway. Miles tucks and rolls past a rooftop AC unit, then emerges in plainclothes on the other side. Miles deposits him on a gurney. Doctors wheel him into the hospital. Peter checks his phone, then zips up a roof. Miles reads a text from Haley. He pats Peter's arm, then leaps off. Peter hangs his head before following. Peter lands on a rooftop. Peter leaps to a ledge. An upside-down Miles descends from the ceiling. He waves. Thieves wielding crowbars turn toward him. A bright haze shrouds the horizon of the New York harbor. A dark shape appears in the distance and grows steadily as it zooms closer. It's a gunship. Two more reveal themselves flying out from behind the first. They tilt toward their target, speeding on two propellers on their outstretched wings. Inside a gunship, the leader sits in a dark room in front of a monitor which shows Scorpion's image. He rotates a knife between his fingers. The gunships speed toward the New York City skyline. He swings past fleeing civilians. He catches a man. Rio walks arm in arm with a man. They enter a coffee shop set into the wall of the cargo bay. The doors shut in Miles's face. He drifts deeper underwater and collides with machinery. The burning green disappears. Peter yanks the symbiote off. He hurls it away, where the amorphous black mass wriggles. The mass slithers back toward Peter, but Miles scoops it into a containment canister. Miles tucks the canister under one arm, then offers Peter his hand. Peter grasps it, and Miles helps him to his feet. Hunters approach. Together they swing out of the abandoned courtyard. In a museum exhibit, a display reads, Dino Facts. The name Tyrannosaurus Rex translates to Tyrant Lizard King. Connors bursts up through a T-Rex skeleton. Peter webs the falling skull, then pursues Connors outside. An Age of the Dinosaurs banner flutters to the floor. Miles perches overlooking Peter as he ferociously fights off a crowd of hunters. Peter uses his symbiote arm to hurl a manhole cover at Miles, who flips out of its way. Miles lands in a room packed with hunters. Tall hunters hold shields. Miles swings onto a rooftop. He cloaks and looks up. A hunter gunship flies in and hovers. Hunters deploy from the gunship. Still cloaked, Miles prowls toward them. The hunters rappel down into the warehouse. Talons emerge from the gunship. A light scans over the talons. Pigeons fly past the light. An autonomous gun fires at them. Miles decloaks, then ducks into a warehouse skylight. He lands on a rafter. Peter takes the vial of serum. They peer across the lab, where the particle accelerator awaits. They hurry to the particle accelerator, a machine with two side-by-side cylindrical vacuums with bright white holes in their centers. They approach a panel. Harry taps a tablet, then takes the serum from Peter and places it in a tray. Harry hovers his hand over a big red button on the panel. He pushes the button with his palm. He turns to Peter, who grins. Peter looks around the lab. Harry looks at his tablet. The symbiote suit expands around Peter as he backs away playfully toward the opening of the accelerator. Peter opens a large hatch and hops in. Peter crawls out of view. Harry knits his brow. Miles webs up a sign before it hits civilians. Venom perches on a cross and unfurls their wings. Venom dives toward EMF, but Peter grabs and holds them with white anti-venom tendrils. In the wreckage of EMF, sparks and flames spew from the particle accelerator. Debris lies scattered around the remains of the atrium, and small fires lick along its borders. Knocked on his back, Peter hurries to get on his feet. He surveys the room and sees Miles wincing as he pushes debris off of himself. Nearby, MJ pushes herself upright. MJ gives a wan smile, but it dies when she sees the sadness in Peter's eyes. Peter rushes to where Harry lies motionless. He kneels, gently shaking Harry's chest. MJ dashes over to join him. Miles stands but keeps his distance. MJ gently cradles Harry's head while Peter frantically rocks back and forth. MJ rubs Peter's back as they both look down at Harry's face. Their eyes are clenched with grief. Along Miles's hand, bioelectricity begins to spark. Peter and MJ look up as Miles approaches. Confused, they both scoot back. Miles lowers his hand toward Harry's chest. Later, a doctor stands at Harry's bedside. Norman touches Harry's pallid face with the back of his hand, then straightens. In Harry's lavish bedroom, Norman knits his brow as he looks down at his son. MJ and Peter sit on nearby couches, both wearing street clothes. They fidget with their hands in their laps. Harry's cane leans against the end of the hospital bed. As the doctor leaves the bedroom, Norman picks it up and turns it over in his hands. He walks to a nearby window with a view of the city. He swings the cane at the glass. Peter and MJ bolt to their feet and shuffle toward the door. Norman's lips curl in a snarl as he smashes the cane against a desk. Peter glances back as he leaves the room. Norman tips his head back toward the ceiling, then he drops the cane. He looks at Harry with a deeply furrowed brow, and his expression softens. Norman's lips flutter as he leans heavily against the hospital bed. He pulls out his phone. Norman's eyes never leave Harry as he hangs up and pockets his phone. He leans in close, gently touching his son's face. His brow furrows deeply as he looks at Harry's closed eyes. Peter swings toward an alleyway where sonic emitter barrels sit in the back of box trucks. Peter leaps down through a manhole to Connor's hidden subway station lab. There, an Oscorp security guard is thrown against a support pillar. Across the lab, Venom turns to loom over Norman. Norman stumbles back, then falls to the ground as his eyes widen. Norman's lip quivers as Venom leans in close. Norman's brow furrows. He stares up at Venom before squeezing his eyes shut and hanging his head. Venom picks up Norman by the throat. His feet dangle above the floor. Norman's eyes glisten. Norman's chin trembles as he looks at Venom's distorted face. Venom hurls Norman through the glass front of the lab, and Peter leaps to catch him. Further inside the lab, Connors recoils from Venom. Connor's lips open and close hesitantly, and he looks conspicuously toward the sealed glass chamber. Venom extends and plunges their arm into the chamber. Connors cowers as they withdraw from the meteorite. Connor stumbles to his feet, but Venom brushes him aside. Peter leaps in, but Venom slams him away without looking up. As they join the meteorite pieces together, Venom leaps up through the ceiling. Peter stands and looks at Connors. Connors glances at the ceiling with wide eyes. Connors leans in. Connors fixes Peter with a serious expression, glancing sideways as Norman approaches. Connors briefly averts his eyes as Peter looks between him and Norman. Finally, Peter approaches Norman and gently squeezes his shoulder. With a sharp nod, Peter turns to leave. Norman half-heartedly nods back, then he and Connors watch as Peter swings out of the lab. He kneels and presses metal panels downward to retract them. They reveal a satellite which deploys its emitter. Two talons appear, then fly off. At Peter's house, a map is spread on a table. Peter places a rock with two googly eyes on top of a red X. Peter dumps game pieces. An orc. Peter picks up another game piece. A heroic knight on a white horse. He places it on the rock. A brute. MJ frowns. MJ nods with downcast eyes. Peter offers a fist bump and Miles smoothly accepts. With a wan smile, MJ adds her fist to theirs. Sand minions latch onto Miles's wrists. One sends him flying with a powerful punch. Back at the academy, Miles lands with Miss Ferguson. The principal rushes to her. The surrounding students and faculty applaud. A nearby interpreter signs the principal's speech. As the crowd disperses, Haley and Genki grin at Miles. Later, Haley texts Miles about the interview. Miles texts, "It went." Haley replies, "Don't worry, you've got time to figure this out." Voicemail from Mr. Atlas. Miles nods, then stows his phone, and Webb swings away. On the ground, Peter releases them. MJ runs up. MJ glances toward the tower with wide eyes. Peter swings back to Harry, who is straining to hold it. Peter secures it in place with interlacing webs. Harry lets go. He drops to one knee and looks down at his hands. Peter lands beside him. Peter grabs Harry around the waist, then swings off. A broad-shouldered hunter kicks a door in and steps toward Peter. The hunter stands ready. A black-suited figure bursts through the ceiling and swings on an extended tendril-like arm. He punches the hunter, launching him backward. Mechanical doors open. Hunters charge. Miles opens an ajar door to an apartment living room. It's littered with boxes, and a record plays on a folding table. He scowls. Aaron jogs in. Rio enters. Aaron looks earnestly at Miles. Aaron picks up a flat purple device and hands it to Miles. Miles examines it, then cracks a smile. Aaron offers his hand. Miles grabs it and pulls him into a hug. He looks over at Rio and pulls both of them into another embrace. Harry and Peter land side by side. An APC with a mounted machine gun speeds into the foundry and takes aim. Fire and bullets erupt from its barrel. Peter and Harry acrobatically roll to dodge bullets. Nearby, hunter gunships and motorboats decloak. They bear down on the barge in a tight formation. Miles and Peter look up as they assist raft guards from the overturned boats. The raft guards open fire. A hunter on a personal watercraft steers toward an upturned boat, using it as a ramp. She backflips onto the barge, leaving the craft to explode on impact, then stands and marches along the deck. She draws two swords and slices debris out of her way. Peter lands nearby. Craven walks through a sandy courtyard. Its crumbling stone walls are bedecked with sharpened wood pikes, and the area is lit by a few torches. He approaches an empty metal cage large enough to fit a person. He inspects the lock, which has been melted through. He touches a green stain on the metal. Behind him, something moves under the sand. Craven glances around the empty courtyard. He examines green stains on the ground leading away from the cage. Craven stands over a fallen hunter who is mostly buried in the sand. He grips the hunter's necklace and lifts the body to inspect it, then peers behind himself suspiciously. Scorpion springs from the ground in a burst of sand. Craven turns and grips Scorpion's neck as his stinger pierces Craven's chest. Craven looks nonchalant as veins bulge in his shoulder. He grasps the stinger and pulls it free from his chest. Craven slices the stinger from Scorpion's tail. Scorpion falls. Craven tosses his dagger and slowly steps toward Scorpion. Craven pulls Scorpion to his feet. He seizes Scorpion's neck and hoists him up, with his feet suspended inches above the ground. He jams the detached stinger into Scorpion's gut. Engorged veins spread along Scorpion's pale neck and chin, and he slumps over with dead weight. Craven drops Scorpion limply to the sand. He turns and strides away, his animal tooth necklace swaying with each step. He leans over to grab the dagger, wipes it clean on his furs, and leaves the courtyard. Miles punches open the armored door. Inside, the metallic green Scorpion shrugs off his bonds and grins. His stinger wriggles free. Miles's spider sense triggers. He dodges the stinger but sluggishly fails to avoid a second strike. Scorpion's tail wraps around him. Scorpion hurls Miles into the cell. Miles touches his abdomen, and his fingers come away with eerie green liquid. As he struggles to his feet, he spots a uniformed police officer sprawled on the floor. He rushes over. It's his father, whose empty eyes glow green. The room tilts. Its edges burn green. An explosion sends Miles tumbling into the water. Nearby, hunters approach. Underwater, Miles tumbles through the green-tinted cargo hold, colliding with pipes, valves, and debris. He catches onto a pipe. Diving from the skies overhead are 3 avian silhouettes, talons. One Talon drone snags Peter in its claws. The Talon drone hauls him upward on mechanical wings, but Peter frees himself. Another Talon drone knocks him to the barge deck as crossbow bolts impact nearby. Peter dodges them as they explode. From a motorboat, a hunter shoots a grappling hook from a crossbow. He zips aboard the barge and aims at Peter. With orange bioelectricity, Miles zaps a breaker switch. Lee tumbles to the ground, dropping his sword. He stands and fires negative energy, which blasts a hole in the skylight above. Miles flips over Lee, but Lee grabs him and pulls him in close. Several cars veer into the loading area and armed thieves pile out. One of the earlier thieves hops aboard a packed box truck just as it pulls away. In Central Park, Miles signs to Haley while looking at a photo on his phone. It shows a mural of a black woman in a cool-toned dress. Haley smiles and swings her arms playfully. Miles grins, but his face falls when a headline about Martin Lee pops up on his phone. Miles raises a questioning eyebrow at Haley. She reaches for his collar where his spider suit protrudes slightly. Miles relaxes as she tucks it away. They look into one another's eyes. Miles leans in. He startles back. Miles answers his phone. Disappointment creeps into Haley's eyes. Miles starts walking away but turns back. Haley gives a soft smile as she watches Miles leave. Harry gets knocked back. Peter and the hunters fall through the floor after the symbiote blast. Inside a subway, a spiral pattern on the meteorite glows. Inside the hive mind, symbiote tendrils wind their way up Miles's arms. They immobilize all his limbs, holding him aloft. He strains, tenses, then sends a burst of bioelectricity outward. Venom recoils. They snatch Miles with coiled tendrils, but Miles manages to kick them back. Venom slides through an archway near MJ, where she inserts the meteorite into the particle accelerator. Having pushed himself backward, Miles is trapped under the rubble. Venom charges MJ, grabbing her hands when she aims a sonic shot. They toss MJ aside, then jam one claw inside the accelerator. Symbiote tendrils worm their way over the meteorite and through the machinery. MJ scoots back to where Peter lies hidden. As tendrils creep along, the floor beneath MJ and Peter gives way. Columns of tendrils burst up through the atrium, forcing Miles to dodge. He swings up to kick Venom clear of the accelerator, and both tumble into the infested atrium. Darren clutches his side and looks up. Thieves on a neighboring rooftop pull out a rocket launcher. Peter knocks her prone and lands on her. She flings him off. Peter stands on an ice cream truck with the phrase, "I scream, you scream," painted on it. Scream pounces but tumbles while Peter manages to recover. Now, in a side street undergoing construction, Scream writhes in the dirt. She stumbles to her feet, facing Peter. A zoo rock display. Peter hands over an action shot. The photo shows Spider-Man carrying a civilian. Peter looks up. Several cars cut through the sandy streets and halt around him. Armed thieves step out and advance on him. Peter pulls the panel holding the armor aside, revealing a destroyed wall. Peter clings to a rusted pipe that ascends between narrow walls. A security guard ahead. Peter slips through a door, closing it behind him. The door's handle comes off, sticking to his palm like it's superglued. On the other side, the security guard rushes toward the door as Peter frantically tries to reattach the handle. Finally, he webs the handle in place. The security guard reaches the door and pushes it open. He beams his flashlight down the empty, balloon-adorned hallway. Grimacing, he turns and shuts the door behind him. He looks down at his hand, now covered in webbing. Peter clings to the ceiling out of the guard's view. He inspects his web shooter. In downtown, Peter soars on his web wings as Venom chases him through the shadowy night. Peter looks back. Venom collides with Peter and grapples him. They exchange blows as they tumble through the air. Marco's giant sand arm punches through a wall to grab Peter. From its wrist, sand humanoid Marco emerges. Marco glances at a dripping pipe. Peter swings out of an open manhole cover and through the city. A nearby hunter holds up a radio. She wears a quiver of arrows on her back. Peter swings past rooftops and lands on an overlook. Symbiote Harry lands on the gunship and wails on its canopy. The gunship spirals toward Times Square. Below, a rock band performs on a stage. Harry leaps off the gunship just before it crashes into a massive advertisement screen. Symbiote Harry lands just outside the Fresh Start Celebration concert. He snarls at a cluster of approaching hunters as APCs and gunships surround him. Peter yanks the pipe above Marco. Water pours over them. Marco writhes back into the arm, which retracts from the building. Peter leaps after it, but giant Marco spikes him to the ground. Arms rise from sand to ensnare Peter. His head disappears beneath its surface, followed by his reaching hand. Miles grabs him while swinging past. Peter enters a lab at Oscorp Tower with a canister under one arm. He removes his mask to examine the lab with a stony expression. At its center, green smoke pours down from a large vent. The symbiote writhes against the glass walls of the canister. Harry walks out. Peter sets his jaw as Harry glares with gloomy eyes beneath a heavy brow. Harry's hand trembles as Peter walks up to him. Harry swings his cane. It hits the canister. Peter stops his next swing. Crestfallen, Peter watches cracks form in the canister. A smile contorts Harry's face. The symbiote bursts free, sending Peter flying back against a wall. He slumps to the floor. Completely unharmed, Harry slowly approaches the squirming black symbiote. His eyes are fixed calmly on it as he kneels and reaches. The symbiote flows up Harry's arm and across his chest. He tips his head back, eyelids fluttering blissfully. Tendrils wrap around each of his limbs. Peter comes to and dons his mask just as Norman enters. A massive clawed hand crushes the cane. A muscle-bound black figure stands, revealing a blotchy white spider shape on his back. An elongated pink tongue slithers out between rows of long, pointed teeth. Peter squares up for a fight. Norman rushes between them. Symbiote Harry charges. Peter knocks Norman out of harm's way, and Harry digs his claws into Peter's chest, lifting him off the ground. Symbiote Harry throws Peter aside, and he crashes through a pipe and wooden crates. Symbiote Harry flicks out his tongue. A squad of Oscorp security rushes in. Norman retreats. The squad readies stun batons as Symbiote Harry flips desks aside and snarls at them. His jaw splits open unnaturally. Peter crouches on Venom's chest and channels anti-venom onto their neck. In a courtyard outside of the Brooklyn Visions Academy, Miles walks up to Genki and Haley. Peter jogs up to the principal. She hands Peter's backpack to him. Crestfallen, Peter's gaze falls as she storms off. The trio watches. Smirking, Haley prods Genki. Genki forces a smile while Haley nods encouragingly. Genki motions for them to walk off and Miles trails them. He and Peter give half-hearted waves to one another. Peter stands alone in the courtyard, shifting from foot to foot. Sunlight stipples the cement as it filters through nearby trees and gleams off of skyscraper windows like dozens of mirrors. In an infested New York, symbiotes wander through darkness. Peter stands beside Venom as symbiotes bow down. The meteorite glows red nearby. Venom leaps up after Peter and snatches him out of the air. They hold Peter by his neck while ascending on a column of tendrils. Peter attempts to channel anti-venom into their face, but Venom yanks his hand away. Venom's head snaps to look back towards Central Park. Clutching Peter tightly, Venom strains. From their back, a pair of bat-like wings sprouts and unfurls. The blood-red membranes are shot through with black tubules and have spiky bone protrusions on top. Peter goes limp in Venom's grip as they fly away from the school. They place their palms. Lights rise, then fall, landing on dead in the water. Harry gestures excitedly up a short staircase. Outside, Peter and Miles break through the street and swing up to a rooftop. Peter leans heavily against a wall. Peter helps civilians off the front row of the coaster. The coaster tips forward over the missing track. Peter webs it up, barely holding it in place. Peter attaches a web from the front of the coaster to the intact track, immobilizing it. He then leaps toward a second coaster. Peter flips toward them. He redirects a rocket onto the hunters, then lands on the coaster. At Connor's cage, MJ types in the code and opens the door. MJ rushes in and unlocks Connor's ankle. Craven towers in the doorway. MJ freezes. He casually walks in and kneels to look MJ in the eye. Connors cowers away. Craven pulls out a syringe. MJ grabs her stun gun. Craven deftly seizes it, then knocks her aside. He drops the stun gun as he advances on Connors. Craven clutches Connor's hair, then injects his neck. Connors falls to his knees. A web snatches the syringe from Craven's hand. Hunters surround the pit and hurl torches into it. Harry and Peter jump onto the cage. Craven stalks off. MJ helps Connors up. Connors leans heavily on MJ. He lands on the coaster. Peter catches a crossbow bolt. He dodges shots from hunters. It barrels toward the first one. Peter kicks the hunter beast backward. Two more join it and stand ready to pounce. Peter readies his posture. Peter stands at a monitor flowing with data about Black Cat. A beast-like shadow slides over debris to Peter's left. The machine steps out of the shadows and slinks behind Peter on four legs. His spider sense activates and he leaps as the hunter beast lunges. Peter slings upward and hangs upside down. The hunter beast tackles Peter, and the two crash through the floor, landing on a lower floor. It jumps onto Peter. Peter swings to a ledge. Mangled rebar and plant life cover dilapidated walls. Harry throws, rims it. He tosses the basketball to Peter. Harry kicks a steel door from its track. Peter and Harry dodge arrows as they sprint toward a tall furnace. Tombstone watches from a cell under the furnace. A hunter fires a rocket, which explodes behind Peter and Harry. A hunter brandishes curved swords. Above, hunters point crossbows. Peter rolls behind cover. Harry leaps out from behind the cover. Airborne, Harry lands in front of Tombstone's cell. He uses a hunter to block another hunter's crossbow arrow, then extends his shape-shifting arm, knocking the crossbow hunter out. As Peter fights hunters on a walkway, Harry leaps onto a ledge above the cell. He slams his fist into a panel, then rips out wiring, causing smoke and electricity to burst from the panel. Molten metal bursts out of pipes and flows from a large spout. Tombstone casually paces his cell as large globs of molten metal splatter the floor around him. Harry joins Peter, who faces a group of hunters. Miles awakens and peers around to see that he's trapped inside of a hanging steel cage. He stands. Miles breaks off the front of the cage. The pieces fall through the grid of lasers below. He swings to the top of the cage and peers down. They burst onto the rooftop. Miles points. Huge dust clouds obscure downtown. Miles and Peter jog along the rooftop, shedding their clothing and tugging on masks. They now wear form-fitting spider suits. Peter, in blue and red, leaps off the building with a front tuck. Miles, in red and black, performs an aerial. Harry and Peter dive out of the exploding foundry, trailing Tombstone. Tombstone turns a corner and leans over tiredly. Tombstone looks up at Peter, who clings to a wall. Peter flips to the ground. They shake hands. Tombstone runs off as Harry drops beside Peter. Harry stretches his arms to a high ledge to launch himself airborne. On a rooftop mast, Harry and Peter are maskless. Tendril-like strands rise from Harry's suit and clings to Peter's suit. Harry pulls the strands free. Peter and Harry fall to the rooftop on their backs. A newly emerged spider symbol has appeared on the chest of Harry's suit. Harry smiles warmly at Peter, then swings from the rooftop. Peter watches him go. Harry stretches out his arms to swing over to a building. He drops out of sight. Peter jumps on Connors. Connors leaps toward a building. He and Peter grapple as they crash into an office. Connors pins Peter down. Peter holds Connors at bay while scrambling for the antidote. Peter recoils, then chases after Connors. Symbiote Harry grabs Craven and holds him up to his face, tongue curling toward him. Craven grabs the tongue and slices it off. Recoiling, he throws Craven away. He bares his teeth at the hunter leader as his pink tongue regrows. Craven takes up his spear. MJ ascends the ladder but looks up when the ground shakes. A symbiote behemoth bursts in, knocking MJ back. Venom leaps toward a cathedral and scales it with their claws. Peter swings after. Back on the roof, Peter manages to stop the second coaster. The track beneath it collapses and Peter catches the front car with a web. Peter holds the web. As Peter hoists up the second coaster, a link breaks between the cars of the first coaster. It falls. Peter catches it with a second web. The two coasters dangle precariously side by side. Below, flames lick at the track scaffolding. Tombstone struggles. A hunter vehicle careens toward them. It narrowly misses them and collides with a swing tower ride. Peter scales the tower as it smashes through the track for the Speed Demon roller coaster. Cars full of people pull toward the gap. A harpoon spears into Connors. Peter hops on an APC and rips off the line. The APCs collide. Peter jumps away. Peter jumps. He pulls himself onto Connors with tendrils. Hunter APCs appear with harpoon guns. The eyes of Peter's suit widen. Flashback. In a moonlit forest, an amorphous black mass of tendrils wriggles from an impact crater. Norman leads an Oscorp squad. Connors runs up. He kneels. With his intact right arm, Connors reaches toward the mass. A tendril ensnares his wrist. Two Oscorp operatives try to pull him free. Another aims his rifle. Norman nods. The guard presses the muzzle to Connor's arm. As dim daylight fills New York City, it fails to penetrate the streets below. Masses of gooey black symbiote tendrils clog the roads. In the spaces between skyscrapers, huge limbs of tendrils pulsate. Their glossy surface glistens wetly in the shrouded sunlight. Offshoots connect them to different buildings like giant tree roots. From above, building lights are smothered in black. The giant limbs engulf part of downtown in their thicket. Peter lands on an overlook, examining the city in dismay. All around him, tendrils engulf apartment complexes, sidewalks, and office buildings. Peter uneasily settles into a crouch on the overlook. Across the gap in a construction area, a cat sleeps with snoozing Z's above its head. Haley carefully balances on a wood plank. It breaks and she falls a short distance. Exclamation points and dizzy emojis hover around her. The cat looks down with question marks. With a heavy limp, MJ runs through the lobby. Miles webs up the entrance to barricade the symbiotes out. Venom crashes through the ceiling. Still carrying a listless Peter, they land and reabsorb their wings. Miles stares up at them. Venom hurls Peter through the atrium, and his limp body crashes through a balcony and slams into the accelerator. His limbs flop to the floor. Miles retreats into the atrium and shoots two webs toward an archway adjoining the lobby. He pulls, straining as Venom advances. The archway collapses, burying Venom under rubble. Miles swings toward MJ and Peter. Peter doesn't move. MJ scoops him up under his arms while Miles picks up his legs. They carry him away from the accelerator. In the atrium, the rubble shifts. MJ drags Peter as Miles leaps into the atrium. Venom hovers with their re-emerged wings. Miles lands on the car. Darren swerves, but Miles holds onto the roof. Miles reaches down to tear off the door, then flings Darren out of the driver's seat. He leaps into the car as it swerves out of control. He stops just short of a wall. Miles swings to where Darren is webbed up to a wall. Miles yanks Darren down to the sidewalk and stands to face him. A police officer pulls Darren's hands behind his back and escorts him off. As Darren glares, Miles gives him a fluttering wave, then shakes his head. In a park. Miles and Rio sit on a bench. Sunlight streams through trees. Subtitles: If we just had a way to track them down. Rio grins at Miles as he dashes off. Later, Miles wears his spider suit and crouches on an overlook in the same park. Haley and the girl put finishing touches on a huge mural. Geometric paneling in pink, yellow, and blue resemble stained glass. Pink roses in full bloom border its edges. They pocket cans of spray paint. Haley hands the girl a brochure, and she types on her phone. "You want me to join your art club?" Haley nods and pulls out her phone to type a reply. "Coalition. We all need support sometimes. Stop by next Tuesday?" They both look up at the towering mural. Shrugging, the girl types to Haley, "You don't even know me." Haley replies, "But I've seen your work." They look at one another for a long moment before the girl types, "Name's Kayla." Haley replies, "Haley, see you around?" They nod to each other. Together, Haley and Kayla turn to take in the mural. The vivid primary colors are a bright pop against the drab brick surrounding them. Harry strikes with the mallet. The metal bell flies off the top. The trio stares in shock. A worker angrily snatches the mallet from Harry. Peter and Harry give a placating gesture. They walk away from the game. Rio and Angela stand at a podium. Miles looks around. The conveyor belt carries Peter and Harry toward the molten metal. Peter shoots web strands onto falling debris and pulls himself free, then backflips onto the conveyor belt. He grabs Harry and carries him to a high platform. Peter sets Harry down, then flops on his back wearily. A Talon drone hovers toward Harry and Peter, who stare cautiously. Peter and Harry raise their hands stiffly. The Talon drone flaps its wings. Hunters brandish swords and crossbows. Peter and Harry pose offensively. Debris smashes against Tombstone's cell. Tombstone glares from his cell. Hunters pour through double doors. Peter drops behind the hunters. Craven's punch slams a gorilla statue. MJ throws Peter clear of the tumbling statue. It stops just short of crushing her. MJ helps Peter away. On an apartment rooftop, Miles picks up a backpack. He kneels. Later, he slides down a nearby fire escape, then backflips onto a landing. Miles now wears a jacket over a hoodie, slim pants, and high tops. He vaults in through his apartment window. Peter webs up Marco's eyes, but is struck by lightning. He plummets toward the ground. Miles swings him onto a falling tanker truck. Peter recovers. Miles glows with orange bioelectricity as he swings through the storm. Marco swipes at the tanker. Peter dodges just in time. He and Miles land on a chunk of concrete being carried by the storm. Peter unfolds his spider arms. Miles touches his back. From the spider arms, a focused beam of electricity strikes Marco. Splitting apart, giant Marco crashes into the river by tour boats. Miles and Peter fall from the concrete chunk and dive into the river nearby. The sandstorm dissipates. Peter and Miles surface. Together, they swim for the shore using a front crawl stroke. He tumbles to a destroyed building, chest crackling with electricity. A glowing spot arcs toward him from the sky above. Miles helps Peter to his feet. They look at Marco as sand minions emerge nearby. Electricity from a nearby antenna arcs through the minions. They each solidify, then shatter. Soaring on his web wings, Miles spots Haley being stalked by a yellow symbiote far below. Miles swings past apartment buildings. Miles opens its trunk and lifts out a polished alto saxophone. Its brass body and silver bell gleam as it catches the light. Eugene walks up, smiling and pointing to it animatedly. Miles turns the sax over in his hands. Miles hands Eugene the sax. Miles straightens and nods. They shake hands. Eugene gives a loose salute as he leaves. Miles hops up to a fire escape and crouches upside down on its underside as he examines the thief's phone. Miles types on it as he absent-mindedly swings to another building. He crouches on its brick wall, the city tilted sideways behind him. Miles sends a text, recovered the saxophone, and immediately receives a response. A text from Boss instructs him to bring it to the roof of the Phoebus Theater at midnight. Miles pockets the phone and lands outside of the Keynote music shop. Just before it strikes, Haley picks up a can of spray paint and blasts its face. Miles lands and forcefully uppercuts it into a scaffold. He signs urgently to Haley. Miles drops his hands mid-sentence as he spots civilians behind Haley. They help each other to their feet. Haley smiles coyly. She grins and eyes Miles up and down. She shrugs. Miles walks off. Just out of Haley's sight, he pumps his fist victoriously. Peter freeze frames in an acrobatic pose. On a rooftop. Miles watches them. Harry's body jolts. MJ and Peter shift uneasily. Miles flexes his hands as he takes several breaths, then reaches toward Harry again. Peter launches himself like an arrow through falling debris. Harry strains to hold up massive beams. Peter yanks him clear. Miles zaps Harry's chest. Harry's eyes dart around before rolling back as he falls unconscious. Peter looks up at Miles. With a gentle swiftness, Peter gathers Harry in his arms and carries him away. Venom yanks apart the building Peter was anchored to and continues their flight. Heart emojis appear by Haley as she leans down to pet the cat's head. The cat leans into her hand and blinks slowly. It then picks up the Spider-Man toy and scampers up a nearby tree. Rio spots Miles and extends both her hands to grab his. They hug, both smiling brightly. Rio leans in conspiratorially. Subtitles. Something with sparkles? The light from the displays of the music history exhibit casts a warm glow as Miles dances with his mom. In a back alley, a masked thief speaks into a phone. The thief hangs up and turns to his compatriots. Molten metal spews from destroyed pipes. Harry swings into a hole in the furnace. Peter swings over a gap and clings to the side of the furnace. He peers into the flaming furnace hole. An explosion knocks him to the floor. From ground level, Peter stares up at the fiery hole. Peter glances into the cell at Tombstone. A chunk of the cell ceiling falls to the floor with Harry dropping beside it. Debris hits Harry's back. Harry scrambles to his feet and pushes on the cell door. Peter shoots webs at the cell door and pulls while Harry and Tombstone push. Tentacle-like appendages creep around Harry's arms. Harry sees flashes of the appendages stretching forward in a lab. Now the appendages burst forth from Harry's suit as tentacle-like strands, destroying the cell bars. Peter rolls over fallen debris. A massive smokestack falls to its side, landing behind Peter and Harry as they dive through double doors. They follow Tombstone. Miles is pulled into an abstract and colorless space. Debris floats before a backdrop of decrepit sky rises. A demonic entity towers over Miles. Peter stumbles as massive metal beams fall towards him. At the last second, Harry yanks him forward with stretched tendrils. As he flies past, Peter webs Harry clear. He rolls free. Miles dashes off. The two crash into a school gym. Table displays surround the center court, and a sign at one end of the room reads, "Work for Oscorp." Venom floods the gym with symbiote tendrils. They snake through the floor and break apart the walls, lifting the entire gym and the football field outside to suspend them high above the ground. Venom stands ready, tongue lolling out of their jaw. Back in the chamber, Peter looks up. Venom extends his slavering tongue. Miles strikes the ground with a blast of bioelectricity. It knocks Venom back and frees Peter. As symbiotes swarm into the chamber, Miles discharges bioelectricity upward to make an exit. Falling debris stuns Venom. Miles and Peter leap upward. Venom bursts free. Now Haley stands beside a maskless Miles in front of the same mural. They both grin broadly. Haley turns to leave. Haley waves as she exits the rooftop via an access door. Tugging on his mask, Miles swings over to perch above the flower stand. A long line of customers waits patiently. Miles types on his phone. He nods to himself. He swings off. Miles approaches Nicola. Flowers in a stained glass style. Haley walks up. Onlookers marvel at the mural. Earlier, Miles zips back through the broken roof. Outside, more criminals wait for him. MJ throws her off, then zaps her. MJ examines a desk. A hunter grabs her. Peter hefts a huge mallet in front of the high striker game. A Hispanic girl with short curls stands on a low rooftop looking at a brick wall. Haley taps her shoulder. Haley motions 1 moment, then types on her phone. I'm deaf. Do you sign? When the girl shakes her head, she types, we can text. Why do you keep crossing out your art? I can see what you're trying to do. The girl shrugs. Behind her, the brick wall is tagged with a messy attempt at a rose. The paint drips down the bricks. Haley types, I know you're talented. The girl shifts back in surprise, then types on her own phone. Talented? My art sucks. With sharp, halting gestures, the girl types, I'm tired of getting nowhere with it. Haley nods, then types her reply. But you are getting somewhere. You just need to stop turning back. Show me what you want to do. Let's get there together? The girl glances at the brick wall, then leads the way. They reach the coaster. Peter and MJ sit in the front row. Harry is behind them with a woman holding a toy. Peter puts his arm around MJ, and she briefly leans against his shoulder. Peter lands roughly on a rooftop beside an Osborne re-election billboard. It's graffitied with the words, Devil's Breath. Harry smirks. Peter removes his mask. Black tendrils surge from Harry's back. They reach toward Peter, then retract. Peter startles and leaps away from Harry as tendrils reach from his shoulder. Peter hops down. He gives an exaggerated shrug. They grin at each other. Peter dons his mask and swings off the rooftop. Harry lets out a breath as he looks down at his hands. The vandalized Osborne billboard looms above him. The APC's machine gun aims at Peter and Harry on a high platform. Peter flips off of a railing and wall runs as bullets batter the wall behind him. He twirls from the wall and uses webs to zip onto a bale holding the vat of molten metal. Peter and Harry pull out the bale's giant pins detaching the vat. The vat crushes the APC. Harry lands with his palm on the floor. Harry leaps to the rim of a full vat. A hunter fires a rocket at Harry. Peter dives into Harry as the rocket explodes behind them, pitching them through a hole in a brick wall and onto a moving conveyor belt. Debris falls on Peter's back, pinning him. They're carried toward molten metal. Harry lays on his side, clutching his head. They get pulled closer to the molten pool. Peter, MJ, and Harry exit the ride through a full-height turnstile. Peter strains to hold up both of the coasters, but the metal grating below his feet sags with the weight. The coasters dangle closer to the flames. Above him, the swing tower breaks through higher sections of track. Peter switches the webs to one hand so he can catch the tower. He strains to hold both as civilians scramble off the coasters. One woman holds a stuffed toy. She looks around in horror as the coaster descends closer to the flames. Harry appears. He stands beside Peter and lifts the swing tower with an overhead press. Black tendrils snake from his arms. Miles helps Eugene to his feet. Miles walks over to a sedan. Darren talks to Angela. Harry holds the tower up. Peter hefts the coasters airborne, then leaps on them to rescue the remaining civilians.